that. No noise? No, we no longer listen to it. We have things to do. We have a list. We're going to go on with the list of things to do in the day. Focus on daily life. Don't obsess about recovery. I hope you find my videos helpful. If you want to book a session for today, I will leave the links below. I will see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to talk to you about the general attitude you need to have in your daily life in order to help yourself recover from OCD. Now, of course, you need to use the GREYMOND method. You need to do the work as we describe it on this channel in literally 1,000 videos. But in addition to that, what should your daily life look like? Well, logically speaking, if we want to be normal, right? And I'm not using politically correct terms. I'm saying just generally, nobody's really normal, as you know, so it's not to offend anybody. But if you want to be what you view as normal, then you need to show your brain normalcy, right? Like this is logical. So how do we show the brain normalcy? By acting as you would if you didn't have OCD, which means every day you have to get up, right? You have to make your bed. You have to take a shower. You have to have purpose in your life. For some people, that's school. For other people, that's job. For other people, it's raising a family. But you have to show up every day for that life purpose. Because if you are acting, like let's say the other way, if your day is, I woke up, started crying, didn't take a shower, ate junk food, didn't really do anything with my life, just moped around from room to room. If you're showing your brain that, then how do you expect it to react? It can't fix itself. You need to fix it, which means A, track the recovery work, all of that. But in addition to that, you really need to have this whole general attitude and persona of everything is okay. I'm going about my life. I'm doing the best I can. And of course, I just wanted to kind of put this in that I've had obviously OCD at level 10 anxiety. And I know that when you feel it at level 10, you're like, Allie, yeah, that's nice. I'm paralyzed with fear. So I don't know how I'm going to be able to actually do this in practice, right? I get that because I've lived that. The way you do it is to the best of your ability. I'm just going to go grab a shower. I'm just going to eat a little bit better today. I'm going to, like, let's say if you can, if your means are allowing you to maybe even order something healthy if you don't feel like cooking it yourself or you can't cook it yourself, right? I am going to do something productive, even if it's in the house. If you feel like you can't leave the house, it's too scary, do something productive in the house. Don't do the all or nothing thing. I'm in too bad of a condition. I can't do anything. I can't do anything, Allie says. Do little tiny bit something. Just, you know what I mean? It's not all or nothing. With people with OCD, we generally, our group, our tribe, as I call it, we have an all or nothing mentality to us outside of OCD. It's just how our brains are structured. And try to get away from that as much as possible and just say, okay, how can I be a little bit better in my everyday life today than yesterday? And I'm telling you, even in addition, again, obviously you have to do recovery work, but with just doing that, you're going to go to bed in the evening saying, you know what? Today, I really cleaned up my life. I looked good. I woke up. I did things. I got stuff done. You'll feel better about yourself. And the other thing is, don't isolate. Isolation really increases OCD, how OCD comes in. It will come in a lot stronger because you have less to focus on. Try again, and I understand, again, if you're at level 10, it's very difficult. But as much as possible, don't isolate. As much as possible, be around people. Try to push yourself out to go to the store or something like that. Don't stay in the house. Being outdoors generally would be a really good idea. Again, if you all day Act like a sick person. Your brain understands that you are a sick person. If you are trying every day to improve that, again, this by itself will not heal you from OCD. So I just want to again make that very clear. But as an additional thing, if you're like, how can I recover faster? I'm already using the GREYMOND method. How can I speed this up? This is how you will speed it up, and you will speed it up drastically. And within a few days, you will feel better about yourself. I hope you find my videos helpful. Again, subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I also do emergency session. I will leave it here below this video. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A common question I get is, what can I think about? You're telling me not to ruminate about this, not to ruminate about that. Well, what can I think about? Very simple. You want to think about things that are practical, things that matter in the course of the day. So what am I going to eat? Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? What are my chores for the day? What are my tasks for the day? What do I need to accomplish in the day? Those are safe topics. Anything that goes into metaphysical, psychological, what if, way in the past, way in the future, obviously your OCD fears about OCD recovery, fears about anxiety, fears about mental health issues, all of that is off limits. So only real life, practical, useful things of the day, not someday things, because that can also be part of rumination, but things that matter in the day, or let's say in like stuff that matters for tomorrow. And try to be busy in the course of the day. Don't let yourself sit there and think too long about really anything. Try to continue staying active and doing things and moving through the day. The more busier you are, again, with knowing the limit, because if you take it to the next level, you'll actually feel worse. But staying busy, staying active, thoughts come in, choose to disregard. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book an emergency session with me, I will leave the link below. I will hope to see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A question I get asked often is it necessary to be on medication to recover from OCD? And again, I just wanted to remind you that I am not a medical professional, so for any medication questions, you want to seek the help of a medical professional. This is for information purposes only, and my own personal opinion. And I will give you a logical answer, because I would like you not to just hear my answer, but to hear the rationalization behind my answer. A lot of the times when the doctor doesn't know how to help the person stop doing compulsions or stop ruminating, they'll just simply say, take medication. I see this a lot. Again, this is my own personal opinion, and you can form your specific opinion about your specific doctor and why they are suggesting medication. But a lot of the times what I see is that the doctor simply doesn't know how else to help the person. What the medication does is it masks your level of OCD. So as long as you are taking the medication, you are kind of creating a situation where you feel better, but OCD is right underneath it. That's one problem. Number two problem is that medication, for most people, and we've done a quite extensive poll on this channel. Actually, we've done it a few times, where most people said that the medication made their OCD I think it was like 20-25% better, but you can go back and check the poll of what the actual numbers were. Actually, check out all the polls. They're very, very interesting because we have so much data. But based on the polls, I would not be expecting a miracle with the medication. You need to do the work. Now, again, in my non-medical opinion, sometimes when I work with clients, what I see is that the client is just too scared to do any recovery work. They're too scared to disregard. And maybe that 10% that the medication will help them, that 20% that the medication will help them, maybe even up to 50%, right? Depending on the case. But that percentage maybe is all the person needs to start doing recovery work. And in that case, as a temporary solution to get the ball rolling, for them to start disregarding, to reduce compulsions, to reduce rumination, it might be a good idea. But again, the one thing, and I was on medication for a few years when I was dealing with OCD myself. Once I started to understand how the mechanism worked, I came off of the medication. And to be honest, I didn't notice any difference in terms of my OCD recovery. So where I was in my journey when I started to reduce medication is where I continued to be, as I kind of dropped it way too quickly. I don't recommend that. Of course, that's not safe. But I was not very smart when it came to doing that. So yeah, I don't advise that, of course, because that could be dangerous. But when I stopped medication, I didn't notice my OCD getting worse. And from all the clients that have little by little, with the advice of their doctor, reduced and stopped their medication, I don't see a drastic difference. But again, my clients are doing the work. So if you are doing the work, and if you are pushing forward, and if you are already using the GREYMOND method and seeing results, in my opinion, and it's my personal opinion, again, I'm making sure I say this correctly, you don't really need it. And again, it's in my opinion, and I'm not saying you specifically, I'm saying a person who is already doing the work and is already seeing progress probably doesn't need it, because they are already capable of finishing the process, right? Finishing all the way to recovery. Now, if a person is really struggling and they can't seem to have any progress, it's just too scary. It just feels too real. They can't even disregard a little bit. They can't stop doing any compulsions, right? That's when, if I were that person, I, for myself, would consider taking medication. And in my specific case, when I was taking medication, my situation, again, this was 17, 18, no, more than that, like almost 20 years ago, was that nobody knew what to do with me. Nobody understood what was happening to me. I was getting these thoughts that you guys don't understand the level of information that there is now online compared to what was 20 years ago. There was literally nothing. And to try to piece together what is going on with a person, especially like I was fairly young when it all started, we needed to buy time. And while people were trying to help me, and I was trying to understand what was happening to me, I needed to take medication because of just how bad things have gotten at that point. So no shame in it, but please don't view it as something, and again, in my opinion, as that you have to stay on for life. It's a temporary tool to help you do recovery work if you need it. And I would say out of my clients, nowadays, I would say 70% are not on medication, 30% are, but it varies month to month because I see so many people, right? But some months it's 50-50. I don't see that the group that's taking medication recovers faster than the group that's not taking medication. Not at all. No difference. If they didn't tell me whether they were taking medication or not, I as an expert in OCD, would not be able to tell the difference in their compulsion reduction or in their behavior or in anything else. But maybe the only thing that is people, when they're taking medication, they might be feeling a little more sleepy, depending on the side effects of the medication, right? But that's pretty much it. I don't see much of an effect on recovery, other than, of course, if they are unable to push at all, right? So that's how it is. A little bit of a longer video, this one, but I get this question asked a lot, and it's a complicated question, and I don't, sometimes I think people think that I'm against medication. I am not against medication. I am against viewing medication as the only thing that you're going to do in OCD recovery, because that's not recovery. But as a tool to help you push through and do recovery work, it's fine. Again, all of this is for information purposes only. It is just my opinion from my experience and the experience of my clients. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. I will leave links below if you want to book a session with me. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to tell you to never give up on your recovery. Sometimes it's a bad day, sometimes the trigger is too high, sometimes it's unpredictable situations, you got stressed out, it caused OCD to come in stronger. Especially when you're starting to do recovery work, OCD thoughts can come in more. It's normal. It doesn't mean that you will never recover. Just keep going. Reduce a little bit more each day. Not all or nothing, just a little bit more. And you will start to see that the more you reduce, the better you feel. But it's not going to take a day or two. It's not going to take forever either, but it's not going to take a day or two. So you kind of got to buckle in for a ride here and stick to the ride for a little while. And also, don't overthink the recovery process. Hopefully you're doing the GREYMOND method. Don't overthink the tracking. It shouldn't be something that you are obsessing about. Try to do your best. However you did, you track, move on to the next time period, do the same thing. It has to be like this. Don't make it super complicated, because you're going to confuse yourself. And then as you do this, you will, I'm telling you, I've done this like a million times with clients. You will start to see the numbers drop, and with the numbers dropping, the anxiety will drop. But keep going. Don't let the one bad day or few bad days stop you. But at the same time, learn from the experience. Why did you have a bad day? What caused it? Was it a high trigger? Is it a trigger that we can potentially work on? So kind of in a productive, objective, not subjective, but objective way, analyze the bad day. What did you do wrong, and what can we fix? So next time, having faced this trigger, this thought, this situation, whatever, this feeling, you are not going to fall down. I hope you find my videos helpful. If you want to book an emergency session for today, I will leave the links below. Thank you for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. One thing I wanted to talk about is try to apply the disregarding to everyday life. I can tell you in my own example, I apply disregarding in everyday life every day. And I find that it makes life post-recovery a million times better than before recovery, because I'm not a psychic, but I can tell you that you listening to me right now were most likely a very anxious person, a very sensitive person, probably from the get-go, probably from a young age. and you walked into having severe OCD, having being already a very sensitive person. So you were not okay. You were alright, but not really okay. So going back to that sensitive person, in my opinion, is not full recovery. We fix the OCD, but then after that, we need to fix the underlying issues of sensitivity. Because that's kind of what set off the OCD. So it got worse and worse and worse, and then boom, OCD. So we gotta fix the underlying issue. What I say in other videos is get out of the OCD house, but then come off of the OCD territory. That in-between territory where you're just overthinking life just a little too much. Yes, it's everyday life stuff, but you're overthinking a little too much. Work on that as well. And it's the same exact thing. As soon as you catch yourself overthinking, ask yourself, is there an action attached to this right now? Let's say you're overthinking your finances, but it's the middle of the night. Is it going to do anything? No, stop overthinking. If there is no action attached to the situation that you're going to do right now, or let's say tomorrow, overthinking right now is useless. It's a waste of your time. Try to apply this to everyday life. I'm telling you, my life has changed obviously from overcoming OCD, but I would say my life changed way more from applying this disregard across the board and everything, because it hits literally every area of life. If you don't overthink relationships become better. You don't overthink your job becomes better. You think clearer. You make smarter decisions because you're not making decisions over emotionally, over impulsively, right? You're making them with a clear head because your head is not filled up with crap. So I hope this helps. Apply it. You will see your life change, I promise you. I hope you find my videos helpful. If you would like to book a session for today, I will leave the links below. Download the app, do the work. I believe in you. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to talk to you about doing proper ERP for compulsions. So if your OCD is not really puro, but more compulsions that you are doing, it could be mental compulsions, it could be physical compulsions, but specific things that you are doing. Puro is more when you're in your head ruminating, right? A compulsion is more when you're in your head kind of maybe counting to 3 or something like that. That would be a compulsion, a mental compulsion. Physical compulsions are obvious if you're washing your hands, if you're doing, OCD told you to jump on one foot 3 times or something bad's going to happen and you do that. So that's physical compulsion. If you have a lot of these compulsions throughout the day, you have to understand that what separates you from full recovery is this set of compulsions. And right now your brain is trying to fill a quota. It's not attached to a specific type of a compulsion. To you, it feels like it's very attached. This is the one. If I just get rid of this, another one will never come in. That is not true. Believe me, after almost 2 decades of experience, believe me, that is not true. It's just trying to fill a quota. And let's say, for example, if your compulsions had to do with, for example, your pet. Well, accidentally, your pet got hit by a car and died. Ali went dark. But anyways, your pet got hit by a car and died. Now, what, you think your OCD is going to go away? No, it's going to get replaced by some other set of compulsions because it's trying to fill a quota. Okay? So the way you need to handle it is not by approaching like, today I'm doing exposure on this, tomorrow I'm doing exposure on that. I mean, to some extent you can do that, but keep the overall number of compulsions that you are doing in mind. Again, this is the GREYMOND method. Other therapists are not using this method because if they would, I would sue them. So that's why online you see all the time that people are like, oh, you can never recover from OCD. But you know why? Because they're doing 1 exposure a day. And that's not enough. Oh, I worked on this compulsion for a whole 15 minutes today. Well, great. What'd you do the rest of the day? Oh, I did all kinds of compulsions the rest of the day. Well, you can see that that person is in chronic OCD. right? Versus if you do the tracking, if you're focused, if you view it as a quota, and if you say, yesterday was 100 compulsions, today it's going to be 99. I might say this with clients all the time. I might crawl up a wall, exorcist style, but it's going to be 99 compulsions. You know what I mean? Like this, all the time, like this. Continuous reduction no matter what. You do this little by little, you will recover. I promise you, you will recover. Because you cannot have OCD without compulsions and without rumination. Right? Where's the OCD? I'm not compulsing, I'm not ruminating, I'm not avoiding, but I have OCD. No, you don't. And your anxiety will not be there if you don't power it up. So what separates you from full recovery is this set of compulsions. Or rather, to be clear, this amount of compulsions. We gotta reduce the amount. Little by little, I promise you, you will get better. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. Download the app. Do the tracking. You can do this. I did it. You can do this. We can get through OCD. This is not forever. Don't believe when people say it's forever. It's not. Unless you use that other method, and then yes, it is forever. But it doesn't have to be. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about accepting worst case scenario in OCD. I see this type of method being kind of talked about a lot online, and I disagree with it entirely. You don't need to accept a random thought as being a part of who you really are. You need to accept it as BS that comes up sometimes, and it doesn't matter because people get 70,000 thoughts a day. So all kinds of weird stuff whooshes through our minds at the speed of 70,000 thoughts a day. We don't need to say, oh my God, this horrible thought, I will accept it. I will accept the worst case scenario. I will accept that maybe I will go to jail. I will accept that maybe this or that. Why would you do that? And what is that going to do to your self-esteem? Like, that doesn't make sense. A lot of this, like, methods I hear online, if you look at it, does this make sense to you? I go back to always, because that's the stupidest, the scripting, right? It's scripting your worst case scenario and rereading it and habituating to it. Does that sound like normal behavior? Does that make sense? No, right? Same thing with this, accepting worst case scenario. Why would you do that? This is nonsense. You need to show your brain normalcy. So you need to show your brain that you're accepting nonsense as nonsense, not as part of you. They're thoughts outside of you. You have no control over them. You have no control when they're going to come in. So therefore, they're not a part of you. You're just like a bystander. You're overhearing it. View it as that. And accept that you are a bystander. That you can accept. The fact that you get 70,000 thoughts a day and some of them are weird, sure, you can accept that. But don't pull it in and accept it as being part of who you really are. You don't need to do that. I in my personal, almost 2-decade experience opinion, think that it is very damaging to your self-esteem and to your well-being overall. I hope you find my videos helpful. Thank you so much for listening. If you would like to book a talk for today, I do have emergency sessions available. Please download the app, track, reduce, recover. You can do this. But to do this, you need to put effort into doing this. Every day, no excuses. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I just wanted to talk about this nuance in doing ERP. If you are doing exposures, on-purpose exposures, which I've done many videos on this topic. I'm not going to get into it here. But let's say you are doing on-purpose exposures. What is the reason for it? Because if the reason why you are doing the exposure in your heart of hearts is to get rid of the anxiety that you are currently feeling, and if throughout the day you are worried about the feeling of anxiety, so the person will say, for example, well, I have harm OCD, but I'm not so much worried about actually going and harming somebody. I'm more worried that the anxiety will never go away. So if that person then goes and does ERP in order to get rid of the anxiety, they are in fact performing a compulsion. And I want you to understand this very clearly, because a lot of the times people don't get this, and doctors and therapists never get this stuff. So, and they're going down the wrong way, and then they're wondering, why am I not feeling better? And why isn't it not going away? Because you are performing a compulsion that you're not realizing you're performing. I hope this helps. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you would like to book an emergency session with me, I will leave the link below. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I just wanted to remind you about something I've been reminding you for 16 years now, is that rumination elimination is key to OCD recovery. And when I say eliminating rumination, look at it like this. When has rumination in real life outside of OCD ever served you? Maybe like what? Once in your life when you were making a big decision. And even then, you need to have a limit on how much you're going to ruminate. Otherwise, you'll never make a decision. But generally speaking, in day-to-day life, you don't need to be ruminating. So try to look at it as not like, well, what is OCD rumination? But more of a general, I don't need to ruminate. I don't need to waste my life on overthinking literally everything. OCD, real life, somewhere in between. I don't need to do that anymore. And if you make that the way you live your life, the rule by which you live your life, I can't tell you how much your life changes. Never mind you'll come out of OCD. But life past OCD is going to be 1,000,000 times better than your life before OCD. I am literally the prime example of that. Because before OCD, and I'm not a psychic, but I can tell you that most likely before OCD, you were still a very anxious, very stressed out, easily, how would I say that? Easily bothered person. Right? And you don't want to go back to that person. Yes, you want to get out of OCD and how you were before OCD, but better than that. Not just like that, but better than that. So you don't have to deal with overthinking real life. So from that perspective, again, guys, I'm not saying it because it's my method. I'm saying it because it works. Track and reduce your rumination. It really does work. Use the app. It works. It's a month or two out of your life. Get this down, fix it, and you never have to think about it because your brain will do this on autopilot after a while. But really buckle down for the next, like I said, like 30, 60 days. Really buckle down. Really get the numbers down to 0. You don't need to be ruminating about really anything. Do you have a decision to make? Do you have all of the things that, all of the components to make a decision? Yes, no. If no, we put it away. We don't think about it. We don't ruminate about something that we can't make a decision on right now, right? Or if you're ruminating about how you feel or what somebody else said and all of that, again, is this productive? Is this going to do anything for you? No. Again, we're not ruminating. You see, it becomes very simple. The basic rule I always say to myself is no action. I'm not going to do any action means no rumination. If you're not going to do any action in any aspect of your life, I'm talking outside of OCD, don't let yourself ruminate. You will see your life will shine in colors it never shown before. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. And again, please watch how much you are ruminating and continue to reduce it. I'll leave the links for the session if you want to have a session with me, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about checking compulsion. So with checking compulsion, the more you check, the more you're going to want to check. So it's very important that you're continuously reducing how much you are checking. And it's not what you are checking. Could be physical checking, could be checking how you feel, what you like, do you feel in love, could be all kinds of checking. But the more you check, the more you're going to want to check. To recover from OCD, you need to bring the checking to zero. This is very, very important. This is why I say use the GREYMOND method, track, reduce. Because you can't both recover from OCD and keep the checking that you are doing. So you're going to have to give it up. So start giving it up now. If it's something that you're ultimately going to give up at some point, you might as well start now. And it's little by little, not all or nothing. A lot of the times people with OCD very much are prone to all or nothing mentality. Don't do the all or nothing. Just do a little bit less each day. That's the GREYMOND method. Do this. I promise you, you will recover if you reduce everything to zero. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information is below. I also have an emergency session. We can talk today. So again, I will leave the links below. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about doing ERP properly for Pure O using the GREYMOND method. So when you have pure O or purely obsessional type of OCD, where there's very few, if any, compulsions, I don't see pure O being ever really pure. There's always some hidden compulsions, but what we say is mostly the person is just ruminating. It's all in their head. So that's what we call pure O. When you have pure O type of OCD, doing one exposure a day is not enough, because it's like taking a little drop out of the bucket, but then the rest of the day, because you're not doing exposures, you're actually making your OCD worse, pouring more water into the bucket than taking out, okay? So your recovery work needs to be all day. Now, when they say this, people are like, oh, I don't have time for this, blah, 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 blah. You have to understand that when I say do recovery work all day, I actually mean disregard OCD. Don't spend your precious time on Reddit, on Google, on YouTube talking about your OCD, and focus that time and energy into real life things. So doing recovery work for OCD actually means focus on the things that are important and get things done that you need to get done in your life. So instead of thinking about it as, oh, I have to take time out of my life, time out of my business, time out of my family to do recovery work, it's actually the opposite. Recovery work is bringing that time back into your life, back into your work, back into your family. Okay. So that's an important point. And it has to be all day. Thought comes in, that's the exposure. So with Pure O, the thought itself, and when I say thought, I mean thought, feeling, image, sensation, whatever it comes up as. That's the exposure, the E of the ERP. And now we need to do response prevention. The RP part, right? You cannot do that only once a day in a controlled exposure, but then the rest of the day do, instead of response prevention, you do response a lot, right? That's not going to get you better. If you're pouring a little droplet out, but pouring back in a whole other bucket, that's not going to get you better. So response prevention all day. Turn on full ignore mode all day. There's construction noise outside your house. You hear it. It's annoying. You're doing complete ignore, complete response prevention. And the thoughts are going to get very disturbing. Whatever. It doesn't matter. We gotta keep going. No excuses, no BS. Just keep going. You will start to see results in your own tracking using the app. Okay, so I just want you to understand what works, what doesn't, and how to handle pure O. I hope you find my videos helpful. If you would like to book an emergency session for today, I will leave the links below. Download the app, use the tracker, get better. I believe in you. You can, if I could do this, if my clients can do this, why wouldn't you be able to do this? We're not special people. I could do it, you can do it. But the effort needs to be put in. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about confessing. Confessing is a common compulsion, and a lot of the times it connects to emotional contamination type of stuff or relationship contamination type of stuff, where the person wants their relationship with their partner to be perfect and they don't want to feel like they're hiding something from them, so they choose to do the compulsion of confessing. And when they do that compulsion of confessing, then immediately they feel like they didn't confess enough. They also have to confess something else, and they add another thing and confess over and over again endlessly. Treat it like a conveyor belt. When you confess the first time, it will want you to confess again in literally a certain number of minutes. If you refuse confessing for at least a certain amount of time period, you just stop the conveyor belt. So yes, this thought is making you extremely uncomfortable, but you're not doing compulsions. The other thing with confessing is the act of confessing is bad, but also ruminating about confessing the thought is bad. So you kind of have to see it on both sides. A, make the choice not to confess, and B, make as much as possible the choice to not actively ruminate. The thought is still going to be there. The thought is still going to be very, very uncomfortable, but actively you should not be going into it. So you're saying, okay, yeah, the thought is there. It's anxiety producing. It's making me very uncomfortable, but I'm going to choose not to think about this right now. Actively, I'm going to go do something else. And it's not avoidance. You're showing your brain how you want it to operate. We don't think about this. We think about real life stuff. And you will see as the days progress that this thought that you thought was so important, the situation that you felt you needed to confess so much, starts to look less and less important as you go. So it's just basically getting through that first time period, whether it's just a few hours or a few days, but getting through it without confessing and without actively or as little as possible actively ruminating about it. Make the choice, because confessing is a losing battle. And especially if you're dealing with relationship OCD and confessing, the thing that will cause the most damage is not what you are confessing, but the act of confessing, because your partner will not be able to tolerate this for the rest of their life. So you're going to lose your relationship eventually if you continue to go down this path, because they are not going to be able to handle it. What you are doing in terms of OCD, not what you are trying to confess. I hope you understand. I hope you find this video helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to talk to me today, I will leave the links for emergency session below. I will see you tomorrow. I'm GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A common question I get, especially from new clients, is should I lean into the feelings? And I don't really love it. And the reason being is a lot of the times, again, with new clients, they'll say, I've been leaning into the feelings, Ali, for a while now, and I'm still getting the thoughts. And the reason being is if you are showing your brain that this is important, you're taking time out of your day, you're not really living a normal life. You're making these feelings important. So if we equate it to a pink elephant, it's like every time a thought of a pink elephant comes up, instead of saying, this is irrelevant nonsense, I don't care, you're like, oh yeah, pink elephant, right? That's not normal. And if you're showing your brain day after day not normal behavior, how can we expect the brain to normalize? And we can say, okay, but if you do this often enough, you will habituate. Will you? Will your brain never come up with a thought? Because it already came up with a billion of them. So it might not come up with pink elephant 1, but it will come up with a version of pink elephant 2 and 3 and 100 billion, right? So because of that, I don't love leaning into the feelings of the day. For the same reason I told you a million times, I don't love scripting. I don't love on-purpose exposures unless there's a lot of avoidance, in which case it is necessary. Because all of this stuff that you're doing, you're solving the thought of the day. And you also have to understand that if you are doing it for the reason, if you look in your heart of hearts, and if you are doing this for a reason to get rid of anxiety in the moment, like if I just lean into the feelings, I'm going to get rid of anxiety. If I just script, I'm going to get rid of anxiety. If I just do this on purpose exposure, the anxiety will go away. And if that is your goal and you fear the anxiety itself, you are performing a compulsion. And you need to be very, very aware of that. Because a lot of the times, I see this nowadays, almost every other client that comes in, where they will say, when we start digging into it, we can see that they're no longer afraid of, let's say if they had harm OCD of harming somebody, they're now afraid of, well, maybe I won't harm anybody, but the anxiety will be here forever. And I try to relieve that anxiety through scripting, on purpose exposures, whatever, what have you. And they are performing a compulsion and they are not understanding why they're not feeling better. So I just want you to be very well aware of that, because this is a mistake I see very commonly. Okay, so anyways, leaning into the feelings, I don't love it. Show your brain normalcy. Behave as if you don't have OCD. Go about your day as if you don't have OCD. Yeah, there's construction noise outside. OCD is telling me something, whatever. I hear the noise. Doesn't matter. I have this, and this to do. I have showered. I have got ready. I have eaten the right foods, not junk, and now I am going about my day. Do I feel uncomfortable? Sure. Do I have anxiety? Sure. But I'm going about my day. That is the way you need to be operating all the time, every day. I get how exhausting that is, because I've been there. But this is the path to get out. And you will get out permanently. With on-purpose exposures, it's temporary. And a lot of the times, again, especially new clients, they're like, they don't understand that another thought is going to come in if they treat it as only on-purpose exposures. And if you instead look at it as the content doesn't matter, whether you have HOCD, ROCD, whatever the hell OCD, it doesn't matter the content. What matters is how much daily you pay attention to your OCD, how much daily you power up your OCD. That's what matters. Everything else, it's just decoration.
If you found this information helpful but have not subscribed, I suggest subscribing because tomorrow there's going to be more helpful information. And if you would like to book an emergency session with me, all the information, as always, is below this video or on youhaveocd.com. I will see you tomorrow.
I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now.
If you are using the GREYMOND method, and I hope that you are because it works, as you start to see those lower levels of anxiety, 3s, 2s, 1s, start living your life as if you are already recovered. Don't wait until perfect zero to start a new job, to start a new relationship, to move. Whatever it is you want to do that. Just don't do it all three at the same time and really stress yourself out. I would say that's pretty much the only thing you have to watch. Is you can have stress, but not extreme stress, because your brain is just coming out of a situation, right? Out of a serious upheaval. So pace yourself, but don't wait to start, because that becomes perfectionism, that becomes meta OCD. That is not good. You don't need to wait. It's going to be okay. And let's say if you take on too much, you can always pull back. Nothing is undoable, unfixable, end of the world. But don't do perfectionism. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book an emergency session, I will leave the links below. I will see you tomorrow.
I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about a testing compulsion. A lot of the times clients have a compulsion of testing their feelings, testing their thoughts, testing their intentions, testing their desires. And you have to understand that OCD can bring you pretty much any feeling, physical or emotional or both. And basically, when you are doing testing, it's kind of like you're testing, is OCD asleep on the job? It's capable to bring you any feeling. Will it bring it right now? I don't know. Is it asleep on the job? Who knows? So this kind of defeats the whole purpose of testing. And I think that this is a good way for you to look at it, for you to be able to unplug from the compulsion of testing. Is you're just testing if it's asleep or not. It can bring you any feeling. So what is the point, right? Try to approach the testing like this, and it's damaging. It does count as the compulsion and thinking around the testing, right? So you're thinking before doing the testing, you're thinking after the testing, how it turned out. That all counts as rumination. FYI, if you're using the GREYMOND method. I hope you find the videos helpful. Download the app, guys. It works. It just works. Do the work. If you want to do an emergency session with me, all the information is below. I can do an emergency session today. I try to keep a few available each day. So I hope to see you tomorrow. Subscribe if you haven't. Thank you. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I just wanted to remind you that one compulsion will lead to 10 more. Whether it's you research one thing, you feel like you have 10 more things now to research because somebody said something that you've read. Or you ask somebody for reassurance, and the way they gave you reassurance, you have 10 more questions. Or you confessed something, but you feel like you confessed the wrong way, and now you have other things that you feel like you want to confess. This is OCD classic. Choose not to do these behaviors. Because you know from your previous experience, not mine, your own, right? You've done this before. You know where it leads. You know you will not get peace through doing the compulsion. So choose the right thing. Don't let yourself do compulsions as much as possible because they are keeping you stuck. They will not even, 90% of the time, they will not even make you feel better in the moment all that much, or in a very fleeting moment. It's not worth it, guys. And when you make these better choices, little by little, they start to be how you are operating, and your recovery will start to become faster and faster because you're continuously making the right choices versus before you were continuously making the wrong choices and seeking reassurance and confessing and going online and doing all these things you know you shouldn't be doing. So position of power, we stay strong, we don't seek reassurance, we don't confess, we don't do compulsions, we're just choosing to disregard and ignore. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you feel like you need an emergency session for today, I will leave a link below. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. I get this question a lot, is what does it mean to disregard? Allie, you keep saying disregard, disregard, but what does it mean? And the simplest answer is disregard means ignore. Imagine if you were ignoring a noise, a person, a situation. You're not giving it any energy. Yes, it's in the background. Yes, it bothers you from time to time, but actively you are ignoring. You're not putting forth any energy towards it. That's what it means to disregard. Any energy you put towards it in any way, through compulsion, through rumination, through avoidance, through checking, through thinking, through analyzing, any effort will lead to the OCD becoming stronger. So we turn on full ignore mode. I always say this a lot, construction noise outside. Don't run on the balcony, try to figure out what they're doing, how long it's going to last, what if they never stop building, right? All of this is OCD. It makes OCD stronger. These are OCD behaviors. Leave it alone, go about your life. Full ignore. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. Download the app. Use the GREYMOND method. If you would like to book an emergency session with me, I will leave the links below. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. The number one thing all new clients say is how real the thoughts feel. They can't believe that OCD can be false when it feels this level real. And I want you to understand that this works across any theme. There's not one theme out there where the person bought into it because it didn't feel real. It always feels real. Whatever the person is afraid of, whether it's sensorimotor, whether it's existential, whether it's relationship, whether it's religious, it doesn't matter what the topic is. That topic is going to feel very, very real, indistinguishably real. And that's something you need to accept just as being part of OCD, as just a symptom. That is just how OCD operates. It creates these weird symptoms. It's weird, I agree with you, but that is how it is across every type of OCD, and you just need to accept it as that. Because when it comes in, being prepared for how real it's going to feel, a new thought is going to feel. Because that's what usually sidetracks people, that they're prepared, they're, okay, I'm going to disregard when it comes in, and then it comes in and they're like, but how can it feel so real? I can't believe how real it feels. And you always have to remind yourself that that's literally OCD operative procedure. That is how it works across all themes. There's nothing to be afraid of. If it feels real, if it gives you these negative feelings, and sometimes clients will say, well, it doesn't give me anxiety. But then you have anxiety about not having anxiety. So you still have anxiety at the end of the day. You're still scared, you're still upset, you're still not feeling happy, let's say, right? Like to use a term that can incorporate all different variations. So if you're experiencing this and it's feeling very real, choose to view it as OCD. Make a conscious choice to view it as OCD, even though it feels real. I promise you, you will not be wrong. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a one-on-one talk with me, all the information is either below or on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I want to talk to you about trying to get rid of OCD anxiety in the moment. A lot of the times people will do this, and it is very bad because when you are trying to get rid of the feeling of anxiety, or you're reacting to the anxiety itself, like, oh my God, I feel this, I need to get rid of it, what can I do to get rid of it? You are showing fear. So this is not disregarding, this is running away, trying to do something to fix the anxiety in the moment. Anything that you do to fix anxiety in the moment is a compulsion. It is bad. It will actually show your brain that you are scared, that you are very much bothered by this anxiety, and your brain will interpret that to mean that it needs to send you more anxiety, not less, more. So you need to be very passive, very dismissive, like you didn't even feel it, like you didn't even hear it, like, okay, whatever, I feel anxiety, so what, doesn't matter. I have this, and this to do, I'm going about my day. I've heard this story that triggers my anxiety a million times, I'm not buying into it. Like that. And continue to go on through your day. Don't lay down, don't analyze, don't start to do frantic things to try to get rid of anxiety. All of that will make it stronger. Passive, dismissive, I don't care type of attitude. That's what you need to demonstrate. Obviously, you will be faking that attitude. That's fine. As long as you are projecting that attitude as much as you can, and as you do this, the anxiety over time, not in the course of today's day, no, over time, it will drop and it will be easier and easier and it will normalize. But right now, in the moment, you need to ignore, even though the anxiety is still there, even though right now, just because you're choosing to ignore, it's not going away. And you don't need to panic about that. Just let it be. Let it have its corner in your mind. Let it have its space. Don't try to push it out. Don't do anything to it. Just go on with the day as if you don't hear and feel it. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. I really appreciate that. And if you'd like to book a talk with me, as you know, all the information is below the video on YouHaveOCD or on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A lot of the times, fear of the content over time becomes fear of anxiety, where the person starts out worrying about, well, if I don't do this, something bad is going to happen. And then after a while, it becomes, if I don't do this, the anxiety will never go away. So they no longer view the fear that something bad is going to happen as very probable. What they worry about more is the anxiety is going to be here forever. And I see this literally all the time. So you need to treat both of these things as two sides of the same coin. So whether you're fearing the content itself, whether you're fearing the anxiety, it's the same thing. And you need to be disregarding it the same way. If you're using the GREYMOND method and tracking rumination, tracking compulsions, tracking avoidances, Tracking how much you are ruminating about the anxiety itself is important. And that's where a lot of the times people miss rumination, where they don't realize they're ruminating because they're just ruminating about how they feel. They're in the situation, they've researched the situation, they talk about how bad they feel, not realizing that that actually is rumination and that actually powers up their OCD. So you want to make sure that when you're tracking rumination, you are including rumination about anxiety, meaning that you should not be ruminating about anxiety in any way. Yeah, I have this situation, I'm dealing with OCD, whatever, what am I doing next on my daily plan for real life things to do? So always shift away from, oh my God, I have OCD. This is so terrible. Let me talk about it. Let me research it. Let me go into OCD world. No, I'm going into my regular world. I have this, and this to do. I'm going to go do those things. So bring yourself out of rumination, out of laying in bed, out of talking about it, and into real productive world. Okay. That's what you need to be doing. Treat rumination about anxiety as any other rumination, which is bad for OCD recovery. Okay. I hope you find my videos helpful. Thank you so much for listening. I'll be back tomorrow with another video. If you would like to book a talk with me, I'll leave the links below, as well as you can find it on youhaveocd.com. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I wanted to bring to your attention exciting new research about Botox reducing anxiety. So there was an article in Psychology Today, and actually quite a few very reputable sources, where what they're saying is when you inject Botox into your forehead or into the muscle between your eyebrows, it stops you from frowning. I'm going to read you this from Psychology Today. The facial feedback hypothesis is based on the idea that the facial expression and emotional experience are linked. Specifically, sensory feedback from an action of facial muscles appears to influence an individual's emotional experience. An example, the action of elevating your cheeks, which can make you happier, or the action of furrowing your brows, which can make you angrier. A study in 2014 using functional MRI found that angry facial expressions increase the activity of the amygdala, which is the region of the brain primarily associated with emotional processing. However, when the forehead muscles are paralyzed by Botox, there's a decrease in amygdala activity. These are similar to previous findings showing meditation can also result in decreased activity in the amygdala. Taken together, it suggests that Botox injections may block the emotional processing feedback loop to modulate psychological experience. So, what this tells us is, and I just want to preface this, that if you are going to go on Reddit, if you are going to go on Google, if you're going to seek reassurance, you're going to undo all of this good stuff. So you can't Botox your way out of OCD. You can't meditate your way out of OCD. And I just want to be very clear with this, that this is not like, I don't need to do any recovery work, I can just get Botox instead. This is not what we are talking about here. What we are talking about is additional tools as you are doing recovery work. But this is very exciting, and it shows us that brain activity is not static. It's ever changing. You can do things to influence it. There's been so many, I don't know how a lot of the times I hear therapists are like, well, this is just your brain chemistry. Like it's stagnant, like it's a rock, like the brain chemistry is, it's not a rock. It's moving, it's changing. Even throughout the day, your cortisol levels are higher, your cortisol levels are lower. So you can do different things to help your brain chemistry improve or to make your brain chemistry a lot worse. And like I said, you can do Botox, you can do meditation, and then go on Reddit, read something, start to ruminate. Your brain chemistry is going to get a lot worse regardless of all this stuff. But if you're doing the right things and improving in those areas, this can looks like it can very much also help the situation. Again, I am not a doctor. I'm a specialist. I've been a coach for now 16 years, probably more than that. I say approximately 16 years. And I can tell you, again, my message, like I say, it's always been the same. You absolutely can recover from OCD, but you got to do the work. And this is very exciting. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about sleep fears in OCD. First of all, sleep fears are very common. So the theme of not being able to go to sleep or not being able to stay asleep, I see this nowadays probably every day or every other day. If we go back, let's say 10 years ago, because I'm an OCD dinosaur that's been doing this with clients for a long, long time, but 10 years ago, I barely saw this theme. But nowadays, it is so common. So if you are suffering from this, A, you are not alone, and B, there's things you can do. So you have to understand this. If you are ruminating, we'll go back to same old, right? If you are ruminating all day, you have anticipation anxiety, your cortisol is up, your adrenaline is up, and now you're trying to fall asleep. When you're all hyped up, of course you're not going to be able to fall asleep. So the way you actually fall asleep is you need to choose to not care about sleep. Your general attitude needs to be, if I sleep, I sleep. If I won't, I won't. But your OCD will tell you, oh, you're going to lose your mind. You're not going to be focused. Bad things are going to happen, blah, blah, blah. All of that you need to be disregarding as false. So we're not saying maybe I will lose my mind, maybe not, because that's just not true. And we're now entering another make-believe land. We're saying, whatever, doesn't matter. It's not a big deal anyway. People don't sleep all the time. New moms don't sleep for a year. I'm a mom of two. I can tell you personally, yes, that is true. I've not slept for 2 years with each one. And fine. No psychosis, no nothing. So nothing bad is going to happen. But as long as you let yourself ruminate, so the thought comes in automatically, but what do you do with that thought? If you're letting yourself ruminate about sleep, research, do all of these things, talk to other people about sleep. You're bringing your anxiety higher and higher throughout the day. By the time night comes, your anxiety is at its peak. And then, of course, you're not going to be able to sleep. So try to push the whatever, I don't care attitude, even if you are faking it. Basically, you're showing your brain how it should react to things. And over time, it will take on that role of it doesn't matter. Your anxiety over time, as you are doing the tracking using the GREYMOND method, will drop. And little by little, you're going to go back to normal sleeping habits. I've literally done this with clients 1,000,000 times because of how often I see this. It always works. But as long as you are, oh my God, mode, I care so much mode, let me do everything in order to fall asleep. I have to have everything perfect, this perfect, that perfect, because otherwise I will not be able to fall asleep. And if I don't fall asleep, the results are catastrophic. This is the type of attitude that's going to continue to keep you stuck. Very passive, very dismissive. I don't care, whatever. It doesn't matter. If I sleep, I sleep. If I don't sleep, I don't sleep. Whatever, I don't care. That needs to be the way you are operating. And even if in the back of your mind is running like this with the, oh my God, don't buy into it. Don't feed into it actively. Let it run, give it space, go about your day normally. Again, no research, no talking about it, no doing compulsions to help yourself fall asleep, no researching supplements. That's a very common one. All of these behaviors will keep you more stuck. I actually have a great technique for helping clients fall asleep in these situations. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I will also link it below. I do have emergency session available within 24 hours. If you want to start sooner, I will see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. you can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I just wanted to remind you, and this is especially for people who are just starting out in the OCD journey and understanding what has happened to them and how to recover from this, is you cannot supplement your way out of OCD. You cannot medicate your way out of OCD. You cannot one exposure a day yourself out of OCD. It's an all-day process. And the reason why it's an all-day process is because all day you are getting thoughts and you're either reacting correctly to the thoughts or you're reacting incorrectly to the thoughts. Either way, you are training your brain. And the good news is that focusing on OCD recovery actually means focusing on real life and training your brain that these thoughts are not important. I don't need to waste my time laying in bed ruminating or talking endlessly to my friends and family about the thought of the day. I have life to live. I have things to do. So you are actually being more productive while doing recovery work because you are focusing on real important life things and training your brain that this real life is the priority, not my thought of the day number 1 million. But it has to be the mindset of, I'm doing this, I am serious, I'm pushing forward. I've been doing client work for so long now that I can tell almost right away how long it's going to take a person to recover. And of course, situations differ, but I'm right most of the time. Because if a person comes to me and they're like, all right, Ali, you tell me what you need me to do. I will do this. I will do whatever you need to do. I will do the tracking. I will send it to you every day. I will do the work. And they're just like boom, 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 boom. Their recovery is, and nobody's recovery is like super smooth where there's no bumps along the way, but their recovery is as smooth, as fast as you can imagine. Because they're in it. They're focused. They're committed. The commitment to doing recovery work is huge. And I remember with my own journey and stories, I kind of danced around it for a while and just, doing recovery work, then not. And again, the tracking method I didn't have at the time. I invented it a lot later. So I was doing the back and forth because there was no accountability and I had nobody to be accountable to either. So that's why, again, I do tech support with clients. And at one point, I just made a decision. I'm like, no more. No more reassurance seeking. No more online checking. No more behaviors. No more. Like, it's a decision thing. And from that decision and from that determination, recovery will follow fairly quickly. So I hope you take it seriously. I hope you find my videos helpful. I really try to make them informative so you can recover it as fast as possible. If you would like to book an emergency session with me and get started on the process, I'll leave the link below. I will see you tomorrow. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I wanted to give you a fresh perspective on ERP, something you might not hear very often. And I would like for you to listen with an open mind for just a few minutes for you to really understand the truth about ERP. ERP is the gold standard of OCD treatment, let's call it, right? Why can't we say that ERP will lead to your full recovery? When you do ERP, you're doing on-purpose exposures, potentially scripting, potentially hierarchy, right? All of that is focused on on-purpose exposures to the fear of the day, hierarchy dealing with fears of the day, scripting about fears of the day. If you are fairly new to OCD, you might be under the impression that your OCD will never switch themes. And if you only get rid of these things, you will be fine and you will be fully recovered. As an expert, I've been doing this for many, many years. And as somebody who's had OCD and as somebody who saw thousands of clients, I am telling you, this is not true. Themes switch, OCD morphs. So the idea that when you finish your hierarchy, when you master this list of on-purpose exposures, your OCD will end is not true. And what will happen afterwards is your OCD will either come up with more stuff connected to your current theme or switch themes entirely. Themes switch for many reasons. Sometimes themes switch because the person just outgrown the situation, right? So for example, little kids always worry, well, not always, but a lot of the times worry, what if something happens to my parents? Teenagers rarely worry about this. Then as people grow up and mature, they start to have worries about relationships, worries about religion. So as the person's life goes on, fears and priorities shift, and with priorities, fears shift. And this is not to say that ERP is bad or that I don't believe in ERP. ERP definitely 1,000,000% has a place in OCD recovery, and I do ERP with clients. So I want you to really understand that ERP is not bad. But ERP cannot be the only thing you are doing for your recovery, because what's going to happen is your OCD will become chronic. And this is why you see online from every website you hear, my OCD is chronic, my OCD is going from theme to theme, because this method implies that it will just switch themes. You'll just exhaust one theme and then it will go to another. So I want you to understand ERP the way it is. Yes, it is a tool. And for some people, in some OCD situations, it is a critical tool. For example, if a person has driving OCD, then their recovery is heavily based on exposure to driving, right? Or let's say if a person is afraid to say a certain word, right? Then their ERP is heavily based on saying those words, right? Because of avoidance behaviors, right? But outside of that, if you are not really avoiding, then exposing yourself in extreme, a lot of the time, ways is not productive, and it can never lead to full recovery because your OCD will always switch themes. And this is why I always talk about the GREYMOND method, because with the GREYMOND method, we're approaching it from a completely different standpoint. We're not fixating on the thought of the moment. We're looking at the situation as an overall. And that way, if you look at the situation as an overall, your OCD has no maneuvers. It can't shift to a different topic because you're already including all topics. So I hope you understand the difference. I hope you find this video helpful. Download the app, use the app. I'm not saying it because it's mine. I'm saying it because I wish when I was going through this, I had something like this that could pull me out of it. If you would like to book a talk with me, as always, you know where to find me. I'm always available on youhaveocd.com. You can set up a session there. I also do emergency sessions. If you are in an emergency OCD situation and need to talk today, I will be back tomorrow with another video. I hope to see you then. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about 3 things you must do to survive a bad OCD day, or really that you should be doing any day when you are dealing with OCD. Number 1, no matter how bad the thoughts, images, feelings, sensations are, as soon as you wake up, you're gonna get up from the bed. Do not let yourself ruminate. And this goes for when you're ruminating in a bed, when you are ruminating on the couch, and any other spots where you are sitting still and ruminating. So that's number 1 thing. Get up from the bed. Don't let yourself isolate. Don't let yourself be alone. Those are additional things, right, to the first one. Number 2, make sure that throughout the day you are staying busy. The way I looked at it when I was going through recovery is, well, it's already bad. I'm already feeling bad. I might as well at least be productive. That way, at least stuff gets done. And then on a better day, I can actually not be so busy. Right? So if you had things that you needed to do that you never have time for, or that you always keep putting off, it's already a bad day. You might as well do them and get them out of the way, which will keep you busy and keep you focused at least somewhat away from your OCD, away from the computer or phone, away from Reddits and Googles, away from all of that. Number 3, stay socially active if at all possible. Everybody's situation is different, but the more you're showing your brain normalcy, again, through not isolating, through being busy, not overly busy, but busy, and through being social, you're saying to your brain, hey, everything is normal. There's nothing wrong. And when people are talking to you about their everyday life stuff, they're asking you questions, they're sharing their, whatever's with you, then maybe you guys can go out, do something, go to the mall, go to stores, get some errands done, right? All of that will pull you away from what you are dealing with, take you out of your own head and kind of focus on them, which is going to be massively helpful. So do those things every time you are feeling bad. I'm telling you, it's going to make a difference. Now, the flip side of this, what's the worst possible thing to do is to isolate, not talk to anybody, stay in bed, ruminate all day in bed while going on Reddit and Google. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. Okay? And I can pretty much guarantee you that if you do that in the course of a day, next day is going to be worse because you just powered up your OCD to the 9s, to the 10s, right? I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me to set up an action plan specifically for your situation, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about all or nothing mentality. A lot of the times, people with OCD generally are inclined to think this way about everything in life, and this can really harm your recovery process. Because if you have a bad day, and of course, everybody has a bad day as they're going through recovery, OCD recovery is not linear where everything reduces consistently without setbacks. Setbacks, are, as I call them, hopefully they're just step backs where you had a bad day, will happen. But if you have a bad day and you're like, okay, that's it, I'm giving up, there's no point, it's all over, right? Then you're never going to achieve recovery or anything else in life for that matter. Because things are hard and things don't work out on the first try. So you gotta keep going. If you're using that GREYMOND method, and I hope you are, not because it's mine, but because it works. If you're using the GREYMOND method and you're having a bad day, dust yourself off and keep going. Learn from the mistakes that you made. So it's hard to kind of do that when you're in the thick of it, but objectively looking at it, what happened? Was the trigger too high? Did you make a bad mistake and went on Reddit or Google, right? What happened? What was that thing that set you off? And then tomorrow, we're going to try not to make that mistake. Or next time you face this trigger, you're not going to make that mistake. And little by little, this is how we get through it. Bad days happen. Recovery is not linear. It's okay. Don't give up when things get hard. Just turn the page, start the day on a fresh note. That's all you need to do. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. I'll be back tomorrow with another one. If you would like to book one-on-one session with me, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to remind you that in order to eliminate your OCD, you need to eliminate the behaviors of rumination of all kinds, meaning checking the internet. This is like literally number one thing that you need to do is stop going for reassurance on the internet. Reddit, Google, doesn't matter. Stop doing these behaviors. You're making yourself worse. You've done this so many times. I mean, I think everybody who's listening to this, they'll say the same thing. I've done it so many times. I got burned so many times. Yet, almost like an addiction, I go back to the internet to check. Stop doing that. Block yourself if you need to. Put a password on it. Give that password to somebody you trust because you need to get away from the internet, get away from the checking. Same thing if you're constantly talking to somebody about your OCD for reassurance. Tell that person that when I talk to you, when I try to talk to you next time, please don't let me. This is making me worse. But it's the accountability for the behaviors that you are doing and eliminating the behaviors that you are doing that are causing this problem to continue. Because every time you do this behavior, you power OCD up. Even though in the moment it feels like you're solving it, you're fixing it, you're actually making your disorder worse. And as much as possible, the GREYMOND method is all about little by little. We're not talking everything in one day. We're saying over time, reduction of the behaviors leads to zero behaviors, and zero behaviors lead to full recovery. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about thought replacement. Thought replacement in OCD is when a person replaces a bad thought with a good thought or tries to avoid having a bad thought. It could be for a variety of reasons. It could be because the person is afraid of having a bad feeling that comes with the bad thought. They're afraid that if they have bad thoughts, they're going to become a bad person. Magical thinking, where if they have a bad thought, they think something actually is going to happen. So no matter what, whenever you are doing thought replacement, what you are doing is telling your brain that these thoughts are important, these thoughts are scary, I got to get rid of them. For whatever reason you're trying to get rid of it. But what you're saying is, I have to get rid of it, this is scary. And your brain's like, oh really? Scary? Okay, I have to protect you, so I'm going to send you them all day long. So you see how by doing thought replacement, you're actually making the thoughts come in more. And I know in the moment it's very tempting, especially if your theme is in line with this, where it makes reassurance sense to replace the thought, but refrain from doing so. It does damage to your recovery. You're not protecting anything by replacing the thought. You are not responsible for your thoughts. They come in automatically. Human beings get anywhere from, I believe, 50 to 70 or 40 to 70,000 thoughts a day. So all kinds of stuff floats through our mind. If you are doing the GREYMOND method, you have to count this as a compulsion. Thought replacement is a compulsion. And every time you replace a thought, it counts as one compulsion. So I hope that explains it. Please don't do it. You just make yourself worse when you do. I hope you find my videos helpful. If you would like to book a talk with me to set up an action plan for your situation and then execute that action plan directly with me for the month, all the information is on youhaveocd.com or under this video. I will see you tomorrow. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A common question I get is, will I have OCD thoughts after recovery? The short answer is no, you will not have OCD thoughts after recovery. You will not have anything abnormal after recovery, okay? Now, to expand a little bit, if you have OCD that's magical thinking, or contamination, or harm, or HOCD, those types of OCD thoughts are unusual to an average person, right? That unless you have OCD, you really don't get these thoughts. I mean, from time to time, people get 70,000 thoughts a day, so anything can fly through your mind. But generally speaking, those are not normal everyday thoughts that people get, right? Every once in a while, again, everybody gets all kinds of things, so sure, but normally on everyday basis, no. So after recovery, you will not get those thoughts more than the general population, okay? If we talk about, and that actually goes for any OCD theme, but you have to be also realistic that if your OCD has to do with everyday life situations, so let's say the health of your child, for example, will you never worry about the health of your child? No, that's obviously not realistic. If your OCD has to do with relationships, are you never going to worry about your relationship? That's also unrealistic. But those worries are not going to be different in how they come in intensity, in content, from anybody who has not experienced OCD. Again, all of this is said for the GREYMOND method. I'm not talking about how you will be for if you do one exposure a day or whatever it is you're doing with your own therapist or on your own. So I'm telling you from the GREYMOND method perspective. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information is below this video or on youhaveocd.com. We can set up an action plan and get you started on your way to full recovery. I will see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. When doctors or therapists try to get you to accept the worst case scenario, and when I say accept, I mean truly accept worst case scenario. That is not correct, and that is a losing battle. Why? Because your OCD will always bring on scarier and scarier thoughts to the point where you won't be able to accept it. Just as a human being, you won't be able to accept it. So it's a road to nowhere. Instead, the way you can use acceptance is accept that these thoughts, no matter how real they feel, are OCD. That is very important. You need to accept the realness of them, the flavor with which they come in. Because OCD comes in so strong, so disturbing, and people are like, how can I have these thoughts? How can they be so disturbing? How can they be so real and still be false at the same time? That's where you need to focus your acceptance. Accept them as being there because they're there. We're accepting reality, right? Accept them as feeling real and still being false, because for most people, this is not the first time you've had these thoughts that felt very real and turned out to be false, because clearly you're not worried about past stuff. You're worried about this thought, right? So accept the reality of the situation. Yes, these thoughts are disturbing, or feelings or emotions or images or dreams, right? When I say thoughts, I kind of mean all of them, just in case. Accept that they feel real, accept that they're disturbing, and accept these things as just symptoms of OCD. That's what you need to accept. That no matter how real and how disturbing, they're just symptoms. And as a symptom of OCD, we know what it is. We need to be disregarding. So we ignore it because it's just a symptom. Again, no matter how real it feels. If you would like to book a session with me where we set up an action plan for your OCD recovery, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I'll also put it under the video. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to talk to you about inner child work as a method to recover from OCD. A lot of the times, doctors push this as a way to understand where your fears are coming from. OCD is not that complicated. If your, let's say, religion is very important to you, OCD will grab onto it. If your job is very important, that's what it's going to grab onto. If you're a very sensitive, very nice person, it's going to be some sort of harm OCD. It's not that complicated. You don't need to be digging for 10 years in the inner child stuff endlessly. When you're doing that, I just want you to really understand. When you are talking about your OCD fears in any way, whether it's inner child, whether it's just talk therapy, whatever it is, that's called rumination. The more you ruminate, the worse you are going to feel. Again, OCD is not complicated in a way of why do I have this thought? You have this thought because it's the worst thing you can come up with. If your brain tomorrow comes up with a more important, worser thing, it will probably jump onto that. It just always goes to the worst. There you go. 10 years of work solved. Now you actually have to do the work. So now that you know where OCD is coming from, you have to do response prevention. Not an hour a day, all day long. Which is why we use the GREYMOND method, which is why we use the tracking. Because it's effective. It's all day you're in it. Because all day you are already in exposure. And if you're ruminating, doing compulsions, avoiding checking, analyzing, researching, confessing, all of these behaviors just make your OCD worse, including ruminating about the inner child stuff. So I can tell you from experience, I've had many clients who have tried it with their therapists, doctors, whatever their names are, before. It was not effective. So don't waste your time. Don't waste your money. You're not going to get anywhere. I'm not sure if you want to use it for everyday life, the inner child stuff, but as it relates to the OCD, it will not get you better. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me where we set up an action plan for your specific recovery, you can do so on youhaveocd.com, or I'll put a link under this video. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about thought replacement. Thought replacement in OCD is when a person replaces a bad thought with a good thought, or tries to avoid having a bad thought. It could be for a variety of reasons. It could be because the person is afraid of having a bad feeling that comes with the bad thought. They're afraid that if they have bad thoughts, they're going to become a bad person. Magical thinking, where if they have a bad thought, they think something actually is going to happen. So no matter what, whenever you are doing thought replacement, what you are doing is telling your brain that these thoughts are important, these thoughts are scary, I got to get rid of them. For whatever reason you're trying to get rid of it. But what you're saying is, I have to get rid of it, this is scary. And your brain's like, oh really? Scary? Okay, I have to protect you, so I'm going to send you them all day long. So you see how by doing thought replacement, you're actually making the thoughts come in more. And I know in the moment it's very tempting, especially if your theme is in line with this, where it makes reassurance sense to replace the thought, but refrain from doing so. It does damage to your recovery. You're not protecting anything by replacing the thought. You are not responsible for your thoughts. They come in automatically. Human beings get anywhere from, I believe, 50 to 70 or 40 to 70,000 thoughts a day. So all kinds of stuff floats through our mind. If you are doing the GREYMOND method, you have to count this as a compulsion. Thought replacement is a compulsion. And every time you replace a thought, it counts as one compulsion. So I hope that explains it. Please don't do it. You just make yourself worse when you do. I hope you find my videos helpful. If you would like to book a talk with me to set up an action plan for your situation and then execute that action plan directly with me for the month, all the information is on youhaveocd.com or under this video. I will see you tomorrow. I'm GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about active exposures. Are active exposures, on-purpose exposures, a waste of time? No, they are not a waste of time. Active exposures or on-purpose exposures are very important in situations where you are avoiding stuff. So if you are avoiding real life things, it helps to do on-purpose exposures in order to get you to the point where you are no longer avoiding your normal everyday life stuff. You don't need to do anything extreme, go above and beyond. You just need to live your life normally without avoiding anything because of your OCD. Once you get to that baseline, on-purpose exposures lose their meaning because post that, your OCD will continue to morph from theme to theme. So if you, let's say, had a thought of the day, oh, I gotta script it, oh, I gotta do the hierarchy, I gotta do on-purpose exposure, tomorrow you're gonna get a new thought. And then another one, and then another one. You're going to use this method to keep your OCD chronic because you're just going to be going from thought to thought, from exposure to exposure. So you can't use it as a standalone method to achieve full recovery. But if you are using the GREYMOND method, in addition to that, can you do on-purpose exposures? Yes, you absolutely can, and you should, especially in the situations, like I said, if you are avoiding. If you are not avoiding, if you are using the GREYMOND method, can you do on-purpose exposures as an addition to the GREYMOND method? So let's say you're doing the tracking, you're doing all that, and you want to add on-purpose exposures? Sure, but it is an extra. It's not the main thing you are doing for OCD recovery. Again, I'm talking about situations in which you are not avoiding. And I do on-purpose exposures all the time with clients. I don't have anything against it. It does have its place in the OCD recovery. It just can't be the main and only thing you are using. If you do use it as the main and only thing, you will keep your OCD chronic because, like we said, OCD morphs. I hope you find this video helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. We come up with an action plan and do daily text support in order to achieve that action plan directly with me. I hope you find my videos helpful. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A good indicator to see where you are in your OCD recovery journey is through what I call an OCD stress test. So when real life gets very stressful, the question is, how are you reacting? How are you dealing with your OCD? Because when real life gets stressful, OCD tends to get stronger. And it doesn't need to be negative stress. It just needs to be some sort of a change. Something is going on, or maybe a lot of stuff is going on. during this time, OCD tends to come in stronger. For some people, it's right when the stress is happening, but actually for most people, it's either right before or right after the stressful situation. OCD tends to come in a lot stronger. And the test is, what is your response? Are you able to deal with real life stress and not react to OCD and not fall into your usual compulsion, rumination, checking, analyzing, Googling, Redditing, confessing behaviors? If you are able to withstand the heat and at the same time not fall into OCD, that shows that you are a lot further in recovery. If you fall down every time life gets stressful, that's okay. It just means that you are in early stages of OCD recovery, and you just have to keep reinforcing those skills of disregarding every day, all day long. Also, on a side note, I wanted to mention that this will not always be the case. If you are worried that, is this going to be the rest of my life? Am I always going to have to deal with stronger OCD every time I'm stressed? No. It is just right now as you are still working in OCD recovery. And when I'm saying this, I'm saying that if you are recovering using the GREYMOND method, if you're using some other method, such as, I don't know, doing exposure once a day, then I can tell you right now, there's no way you can recover by doing exposures once a day. But if you are using the GREYMOND method, being in a stressful situation and having OCD come in is a temporary thing as you are reducing your numbers, as you are going down in the behaviors that you are doing. We will get there. Don't get discouraged. Stressful situations do happen. It helps to also prepare yourself that, okay, tomorrow I'm going to have a stressful situation. There's going to be a lot going on. Let's say it's something that's like traveling or something where you can prepare ahead of time. There's going to be a lot going on. I'm going to get OCD thoughts, feelings, emotions, sensations, whatever it is that you get, right? But prepare yourself, because if you're ready for it, and also important way to prepare is to say to yourself, I know it's going to feel very real and very scary. If you are prepared for the level of real and scary that OCD will most likely try to come in as, then you will not fall down. And like I said, using the GREYMOND method, after a while, as you get to zeros, this will no longer be the case. OCD thoughts will not even enter your mind during a stressful situation. So this is a temporary thing as you are going through recovery. And this is another important thing, is why I say, even when you feel fully recovered, for the first few months, continue to use the app and track. I'm not saying it because I want you to use the app. I'm saying it because you come out of it, feel like, I'm fully better, I'm cured, I feel like $1 million. And then what? Some stress comes in and then you fall down because you are standing on thin ice. You're just literally freshly out of it. And the way people with OCD tend to have their mindset, not everybody, but most of us, is, I always say this phrase, that the second the cast is off the leg, we're like, it's marathon time. This is our tribe. So get to zeros, get to full recovery where you're not doing any OCD behaviors, but then cement the zeros. Just getting to zeros and then dropping everything is not enough. You need to cement the zeros. And then once you're there, and for a few months you've cemented the zeros, then you're secure. And even then, gotta watch it, because it's still very fresh. But the more time goes by, the more months go by, the more secure you become in your recovery. So I hope you find this helpful. Thank you so much for listening. Once again, subscribe if you haven't, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to talk about why I take it so personally and why I am so passionate about the fact that you can recover from OCD. Because I remember how bad it felt and how hopeless I was when I was sitting in that therapist's office. And I don't know what's happening to me. I have no idea what I need to do. And when she handed me the hierarchy and told me to do scripting and told me to do on purpose exposures, I saw hope. And I've done the hierarchy, I've done everything she asked me. And then a week after I went to the top of the hierarchy, my theme switched to a completely new theme. And I was at square one. And it felt horrible because I understood that if my brain was capable of switching themes, which before that point, I didn't even understand that, right? But at that point, I understood that if my brain was capable of switching themes one time, it's going to continuously switch themes. And I understood that the girl that was helping me, all she knew was how to throw a hierarchy and scripting and on purpose exposures at me. That was the limit of her knowledge on OCD recovery. And there was nothing else at the time. And you feel I can't even describe to you the feeling. The one thing though that I was lucky with is that the girl that was helping me didn't come out and say, you will never recover. She never said those words. She just said, we'll work on it or something like that. I don't really remember. Obviously, this was like, almost 2 decades ago. But she never said that you can't recover. And I'm so thankful for that, because if she would have said, listen, your OCD will morph themes, this is the only thing I know how to do, and you are absolutely are unable to fully recover, you know what I would have done? I would have done nothing. I would have not done this channel. I wouldn't have strived. I wouldn't have. Because if somebody tells you that there's no light at the end of the tunnel, then I wouldn't go and check if there's a light at the end of the tunnel, because the girl has already told me that there isn't, right? So luckily she didn't say that, and luckily I kept pushing and learning more and more about how OCD works, and I didn't give up after OCD switched themes, and I didn't do the hierarchy again. I just started to what now evolved into the GREYMOND method. So I just want you to understand why I do what I do, why I do videos every single day, unless I miss a few days because I'm talking to clients so much, I just don't have time. But I strive to do videos every single day, because it's different when you've had it, when you've experienced it, when you've lived it, and when you've cried every day, and when you've come out the other end and you see that it is possible to fully recover. I mean, again, this was like 2 decades ago, almost. So my clients, we're the living proof, and it's coming in more and more on the internet where people are saying, well, you know how you say that you can't recover? Well, I recovered, and I recovered, and I recovered. And together, when we all say that, these doctors can start to think that, you know what, maybe it's my method that sucks, and maybe I shouldn't close the door in a person's face saying you can't do something. Never ever in life, in any circumstance, OCD or otherwise, do not take no for an answer. Push for your own truth. Push for your own recovery. Never give up. You absolutely can't do it. I was in a position where I couldn't leave the house. I couldn't do anything. And you can see yourself, right? So do the work. But again, there's no cure. There's no miracles. It's work. I've gotten here because I did the work. You will get here because you're going to do the work. Not because a miracle is going to happen, but because the work is going to happen. And little by little, you will get there. I hope you find my videos. Again, I strive to make daily videos, so subscribe if you haven't. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to talk to you about a very important strategy that OCD uses to pull you into rumination. The strategy that it uses is to shock and surprise the person, A, with the content, and B, with the realness of the thoughts. So because the thoughts feel so real, because the content is so shocking, the person feels no other option than to research online, ask people around them, do the compulsion, whatever it is. That's how a perfectly normal, rational person gets pulled into this extreme research, extreme compulsions. How? Because it feels so real. Because the content is so scary, because it's so disturbing. So if you prepare yourself where you know it's going to come in this way, you know it's going to be very scary, just like it was a million other times, you know that it's going to feel very real, just like it felt a million other times before, probably on multiple different themes. If you're prepared like this, especially in the morning, I would say for a lot of people, but if your OCD comes in the evening, in the afternoon, doesn't matter. That time period, you have to walk into it like a warrior, like a champion. Okay, OCD, I'm here. What you got? That's how you need to come into it. It cannot be, oh my God, this is going to come in. This is feeling so real. I can't deal. You can't do that. You cannot do that type of behavior because that's what OCD wants from you. You're showing your brain that you are in fear. Your brain's like, oh, well, since you're in fear, let me send you a million more similar type thoughts because we're now going to play OCD Where's Waldo, where it's going to try to pull in very similar thoughts. So make the brave choice to disregard and be prepared for the realness of the thoughts. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A lot of doctors and therapists treat OCD as if it was a phobia, and this is a road to nowhere. You can never, ever recover this way. Let me explain. The concept of ERP has been around since the 80s, so this is hardly something new and exciting. It's been around for a very long time. If we take a phobia, where you are, for example, afraid of spiders, you do exposure and response prevention, you habituate to maybe standing next to a spider, then eventually you hold a spider, the fear of spiders goes away. Because it's a phobia, generally speaking, another one is not going to come in. Or maybe even if it does, it's something that you can quickly do and you will never have another fear on the phobia level again, potentially. I mean, we can't predict these things, but generally speaking, phobias are a one-off type of thing. With OCD, it's a very different story. OCD morphs from theme to theme to theme. So if you use ERP as your main method where you are zeroing in on a specific fear, and for that specific fear, you do exposure in the way of on-purpose exposures, exposure in the way of hierarchy, exposure or scripting, that will keep you chronic. Again, let me repeat. That will keep you chronic. Why? Because your theme will shift. As you grow, as life changes, priorities shift. And your OCD will go from, oh, this is the most important, to this is the most important, to now this is the most important. And eventually we'll make a circle and come back to your first theme if it runs out of material. So OCD is not the same as phobia. It cannot be treated the same as phobia. And that is why online you hear all the time people say, I just keep doing exposures. I can never recover. Or people will tell them you can never recover. You can just keep it chronic. Of course, because when you are doing exposure for, let's say, touching doorknobs. It does nothing for your religious OCD. It does nothing for your relationship OCD. It does nothing for your existential OCD. That's later coming if you keep on with the exposures, because eventually you'll exhaust one theme only to create another. This is simple truth that you need to understand. Now, ERP, of course, does have its place in OCD recovery, especially if you are avoiding. So if you're avoiding specifically your normal everyday life, you need to do exposures to get you to normalcy, to stop you doing avoidance behaviors. And for that, you can use hierarchy, you can use on-purpose exposures, that's fine. But that's where generally, for again, situations may differ, but generally, that is where the benefits of ERP end. And after that, you need to take care of rumination. Number one thing is rumination. If you are ruminating, you're allowing yourself to ruminate through talking to somebody about your OCD, watching videos, going on Reddit. All of that is digging you deeper and deeper and deeper into OCD. So I just wanted to make a very clear video explaining what is happening in the OCD community generally, in your life probably specifically, why you're like, my OCD is chronic, I can never recover. So, and all of this makes sense. We already know OCD morphs. Most people had multiple OCD themes. So doing exposure on one, what's it gonna do? Push you into another one? You will never get there. Do you know what I mean? Versus if you get rid of all rumination, get rid of all compulsions, get rid of all avoidances, and again, with avoidances, you can use ERP as part of it, then where's the OCD? If you go to any doctor and you say, hey doc, I'm not avoiding, not doing compulsions, not doing rumination, have no anxiety, please diagnose me with OCD. They'll be like, no, you have no OCD. Right? Doesn't that make sense? Versus treating each theme and just going to another theme. Doesn't it not make sense? Right? Isn't it logical? I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me, as always, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about active exposures and when they are important. You need to be doing active exposures in situations where you are avoiding your normal everyday life. If you are not really experiencing a lot of avoidance, and when I'm saying actual avoidance, I'm not saying this, what if I'm avoiding? You know, that's just an OCD fear. But if you are for real, not going outside, not going on social media, not doing this, not doing that, things that normal people do, this means that you are avoiding. Whenever you are in a situation of avoidance, you absolutely need to do on-purpose exposures. And I do on-purpose exposures all the time with clients in those situations. The most important thing is you have to understand that when a therapist, a doctor, a coach, I don't care what their name is, when they tell you to do extreme exposures that go way beyond what you normally would do, just say no. Killing fire with fire is not helpful in OCD recovery. You need to get back to normalcy. You need to show your brain normalcy, not extreme in another way. And the point of any exposure, again, reminding you, is response prevention. That at the end of the day, the whole reason why we are doing an exposure exercise is so we do response prevention. So we train our brain that this is not scary. And one exposure a day or every few days, whatever, it's not enough. So if the situation allows, try to do as many exposures as possible. In terms of the length of the exposures, in my experience of I guess 16-ish, maybe even more years, I have trouble counting at this point. But with my experience, the length of exposure is not as important as the amount of repetitions of that exposure. So an exposure of, let's say, 5 minutes 50 times a day is a lot better than one exposure that lasts 50 minutes. The only caveat to that, though, is make sure that you're not running away from the exposure and ending it the second that you feel super scared, right? Because then you're showing your brain again that I am very scared. So there's a little bit of a nuance there. And there's so many nuances with OCD generally, right? And a lot of the times when I hear therapists talk about OCD, it's so basic. And you can see that they have no idea. If you scratch the surface with your fingernail, you hit bottom. That's the level of knowledge. So I just want you to be aware of some of these pitfalls so you don't fall into doing exposures the wrong way and then wonder why you're not recovering, why you're not having any result. Thank you so much for listening. I will be back tomorrow with another video. Sorry, the last week I haven't had too many videos, and that was because I was finishing the Harm OCD course. You can check it out on youhaveocd.com. I will be making a separate video on it, but in any case, I will see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to address a question, can OCD be cured? And I really don't like the word cure because it implies some sort of a miracle. It is not a miracle. If you do the work and get rid of all of your ruminations and compulsions to 100%, you will be 100% recovered from OCD, because people with OCD have rumination, compulsions, and avoidances. If you get rid of all of those to zero, you will be at zero, meaning you will be fully recovered. If you get rid of them 50%, you will be 50% recovered. If you get rid of them 10%, you will be 10% recovered. There is no miracles, there is no magic cures, there's only hard work. And if you stop at 99%, then you will still be 1% OCD. Do you know what I mean? So you need to finish the work. You need to get it to 100%, meaning get rid of little by little, not all at once, but little by little, all of your compulsions. Get rid of all of your rumination. Avoidances, if any. You gotta do the work to get better. You are the miracle. And if you do the work, I promise you, you 100% can recover. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, as always, all the information, you know where to find it. It's on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I wanted to talk to you about Reddit. Reddit is the one website or app that probably has no other purpose except for seeking reassurance for people with OCD. I mean, do you remember the last time where you looked something up on Reddit that was actually productive, that made a giant difference in your life that you couldn't live without? I mean, I'm sure those examples exist. I haven't seen any, but I'm sure they exist, but the juice is not worth the squeeze. 99% of the time, you are on there if not 100% of the time, you are on there for reassurance. And most of the time, and you can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, but most of the time, this backfires. And you actually find more triggers, and it's kind of like it was the same as what we talked about before with Googling, right? That you Google one thing, now you find some controversial information or some contradictory opinions, or somebody is deliberate, like on Reddit, this happens a lot where people are deliberately triggering other people. And then now you're on this quest to find all of the pieces of new information that this person said. So it doesn't end. Stop going there. Stop typing in your fears to try to find reassurance stories that somebody has exactly the same thing as you have. That very act already proves to you that this is OCD. And you know how it goes. What are you typing in there? I had a thought, I had an urge, I had a feeling. Is this OCD? Right? I mean, am I right or am I right? So please don't do this behavior because you're making yourself worse. When I was going through OCD, and at the time, because it was a million years ago, there was no Reddit. But what stopped me from Googling was that I started to see how I was before I would Google and then how I was after. And yes, I was in a bad place when you're very anxious and you feel the need to Google. But afterwards, 99% of the time, I was more than 10 times worse. So there really is no point in doing these behaviors. They're only making you worse. And it's an easy, well, it's not easy, but it's a concrete way to reduce a big chunk of your reassurance behaviors. It's just by not going on Reddit, deleting it, blocking it, that you're not going on there. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me to create an action plan specifically for your OCD situation, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today I want to talk to you about the feelings that OCD can send you. I want you to remember that OCD can send you any type of a feeling, emotion, sensation, urge. You may feel like you want to do something bad. You may feel like you want to do the thoughts. You may feel like you enjoy it. It doesn't matter. It has the power to send it to you. So stop checking. Stop checking for the feelings, because the more you check, do I have this feeling in this situation? How about in that situation? You're just powering it up and making it worse. OCD has the power to send it. Whether it sent it to you in this specific moment, maybe sometimes yes, sometimes no. Okay, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't have the power to do it, or it means something about you. It just basically, OCD sometimes falls asleep on the job and it just didn't send you the feeling. That's all that means. So any feeling you get is normal. Don't check. Don't try to figure it out. Just let it be how it is and accept it as nothing more than part of the disorder. That's all it is. It's just part of the disorder. It's normal for it to send it to you to try to get a reaction. The whole point, the whole reason behind it, why it's sending it to you, is to get a reaction out of you, to get you to do its bidding, to get you to do a rumination and or compulsions. To check, to try to figure it out, to go on Google and search if this is normal, to try to find stories that other people have this exact same feeling, to confess it to somebody, right? This is classic OCD hits. Don't fall for it. Whatever feeling you get, and it doesn't matter whether it's an emotional feeling or a physical feeling, it's all okay. Choose to disregard. I promise you, you will not be wrong. I hope you find my videos helpful. Thank you so much for listening. If you would like to book a talk with me to set up an action plan for your specific situation, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I want to talk to you about chasing feelings in OCD recovery. A lot of the times, and of course, everybody wants to get better, but if you're chasing that feeling of anxiety relief, where I need to do something to relieve anxiety in the moment, the more you try to do that, actually, the more anxiety is going to come in. If you have relationship OCD, chasing the feeling of being in love, chasing the feeling of attraction, or if you have HOCD, chasing the feeling of attraction to whomever you want to be attracted to, right? All of this stuff just makes your OCD worse and actually will make you feel worse. Stop chasing the feelings. Instead, say, you know what? However it feels right now is however it feels right now. It's just part of OCD, disregarding. And you're choosing, you're making a conscious choice to view it as part of OCD. So you're not trying to, again, chase the feeling and achieve a feeling of this being a part of OCD. Instead, you're saying, I'm choosing to view it as part of OCD, fine, whatever, I'm moving on, and refocus on the things that are actually important in your day. So you're not only talking the talk, but you're walking the walk. You're showing your brain, listen, this is irrelevant. I'm going to do something that's relevant and important. And continuously shifting attention like this. And this is not avoidance. This is literally training your brain what's important and what is not important. So it's totally fine. We're not chasing any feelings. We're not trying to achieve or feel any feeling in a certain way. Just however it is however it is. I'm dealing with OCD right now. OCD can bring up literally any feeling, dream, urge, sensation, anything. So whatever it brought up today, that's how it feels. Whatever in your way through it. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. If you're having an anxiety attack right now, the very first thing you need to remember is how many times you have had similar thoughts. How many times you have had a similar attack. And now you don't care about any of those thoughts. You care about the thought of the day. So if you right now stop rumination, stop checking, stop reassurance behavior, stop going on Reddit and other similar websites, it feels to you like you are taking a big chance. But truly you are not, because this is time number 1 million, situation number 1 million. And just to remind you, your OCD is so common that it actually has a name. HOCD, ROCD, whatever OCD, it has a name. Meaning other people are experiencing same thing that you are experiencing. And at this point, your mind will say, well, not exactly like me because I didn't find the exact same story online like what I have in my mind. So mine is different. Mine is unique. Mine is not like everyone else. The reason why I say this right now is because I've heard it literally about 1 million times people say this. So even you thinking this way is like everybody else. So take a chance, which is not a chance at all, and choose to disregard. Always remember that the more you engage in OCD behaviors, such as, again, rumination, checking, asking, research, confessing, all of this just makes OCD worse. And when you are disregarding, also don't forget to disregard OCD about OCD. What if OCD doesn't go away? What if the anxiety doesn't go away? Also, rumination on that count. So if you're tracking rumination, which you should be using the GREYMOND method, you need to be counting all of that. Please disregard. You are not in danger. You're not putting other people in danger. You just need to be disregarding these thoughts, feelings, urges, sensations. It can come in all forms. It doesn't matter what form it comes in. Make the brave choice to disregard. You will not be wrong. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Allie GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Let's talk about how to make the thoughts be less sticky. Always remember that the reason why you got into your specific theme in the first place is because a thought came in, or a feeling, or an image, or a sensation, and you had a really bad reaction. You reacted to it like it's a big deal, versus a person who was not in danger of developing OCD. They would have said, that's weird, and would have moved on. But you reacted with, oh my God, me have this thought, me have this feeling, what does it mean? So you reacted like this, the brain took notice and ran with it and started to send this to you on repeat. And then every time it sent it to you on repeat, you continued to react. So the brain took it to mean that this must be important since you're reacting like this. So now we have to undo that. So use every opportunity, every time it comes in, to show your brain that, no, it's irrelevant. Don't know. OCD, never heard of it. Don't care. Whatever, send it to me all day long. As passive as you can possibly be about it, and try throughout the day to act as if you're over OCD. To the best of your ability. I know it's very difficult when your OCD is very at a very high stage, but to the best of your ability, don't lay in bed and ruminate. Try to look nice. Try to stay busy. Try to go out if you can and do daily life stuff. And you won't enjoy it. You won't be focused. You won't be productive. But try your best to go in that direction of somewhat focused, somewhat productive, somewhat doing things as you would if you were already recovered. Because we gotta start somewhere to show our brain that this is not important. And as you go down this journey, right, and again, tracking, reducing rumination, reducing compulsions, it will be easier to keep going. So it's just a step-by-step process. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me and come up with an action plan, we can certainly do so. All the information is on youhaveocd.com. I will see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm Allie GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today, I wanted to give you a warning about your online research, which you might realize or might not realize, but I think a lot of the stuff we do subconsciously. So it's a good idea to mention this. When you do online research, the information that you find online stays with you for a long, long time. And the more times you go on Google or Reddit, and the more things you find, it's basically you're accumulating more and more garbage in your brain that later on you have to get rid of and sort through. So that's why going online is especially damaging, because whatever information you find not only will do the damage in the course of the day, right, but it will do a damage in the long run. So if you compare it, for example, to a compulsion of somebody washing their hands, okay, they washed their hands, they did a compulsion, not good, but at that point it's done. That one specific situation is done. If you learned information online, that information stays with you and eats away at you for a long time to come. And if you've done online research, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So for this specific reason, just for this reason alone, never mind the damage to the recovery in the course of the day. I'll see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm Allie GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience. My message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered. My clients recovered. And you can fully recover too. The one simple truth about OCD recovery that you have to realize is that nobody is really going to save you. The only person who can save you is you. And I found it when I was going through recovery, I found it to be very painful because, especially in the situation how it was back then, where nobody understood what was going on. There was no terms for ROCD or HOCD or whatever OCD. There was none of that. So there was like almost, I've talked about it so many times in earlier videos, there's almost zero information. And you're left with these grains of truth of how to do recovery work, and you're trying to swim and nobody can help you. But now, having the information that we have about how to recover and seeing that yes, you can recover, realize that on one side, yes, your recovery is up to you, but on the other side, you have full control. You can do this. Nothing can really stop you except for you not doing the work today, tomorrow, the next day. That's the only thing that can stop you, is your own will not to do the work. And if you take that away and push every day for, let's say, the next 2 months, starting now, not starting tomorrow, not starting when the work gets easier, not starting when you finish a project, not starting when your family life gets easier. Now, do this. You're the captain of the ship. Start steering it the right way now, and you will see your whole life will shine in entirely different color spectrum. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered. My clients recovered. And you can fully recover too. Let's talk about the deeper meaning behind your OCD thoughts. So OCD has a tendency to morph from theme to theme. If you are young or you just developed OCD, you feel like you've just developed OCD, you may have not experienced that. But take it from all of us who have experienced it. It morphs from theme to theme. So what you care about now, for example, if right now you have harm OCD and you think, if I just get rid of harm OCD, another theme will never come up. That is not true. Now, why the themes switch? For example, when a person is very young, when they're a kid, a lot of the times they worry, what if something happens to their parents? Now, I haven't heard too many teenagers have an OCD worry of what if something happens to their parents, if you know what I mean. Then let's say as they get into young adulthood, they're dating, then what if I do something to my partner? What if my partner is cheating on me? What if I don't care about my partner? What if my partner doesn't care about me? That can switch because priorities switched. They're no longer ruminating about the parents because that's not the priority anymore. This is a priority. Then they have kids and they can develop OCD about that. And people can be also very inclined towards their job, right? So if that happens, then they worry about stuff that has to do with their job, their career, right? If they're very religious, they can start to have worries about religion. So the point I'm making is the deeper meaning only means that it attaches to what you care about in the moment. You don't have to do childhood, what is it called? Inner child work. That doesn't work for OCD. It literally jumps onto what's important. Even if I take, for example, relationship OCD, people get into a new relationship, and as soon as the relationship starts to get serious, they develop relationship OCD, if they were inclined that way, if relationships are really important to them. Now, others don't. And I actually had quite a few clients over the years where the partner caught on to it, and the partner will say, why aren't you ruminating about me? Aren't I the most important for you? Why are you ruminating about some other thing, right? So that's kind of a situation as well. So look at it that way, that the deeper meaning is simply that it attaches to your priority. That's it. End of story. And with that, you need to be aware that OCD shifts. So you need to not be in the mode of, oh, I got to get rid of this OCD theme. No, you have to get rid of OCD, not a specific theme. Because if you just placate theme after theme after theme, you will never get out of it. It will just keep going around and around until you forget about the first one, and then it will come around again. So do the work, disregard every day, all day, not once a day exercise. That's going to do nothing. Well, very, very little. And I'm telling you, you will recover. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me where I push you towards recovery, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Let's talk about some ways to practically prevent a relapse. First of all, you risk a relapse if you fully didn't heal your OCD. So if, let's say, you got OCD to the point where it's almost gone, it's not really bothering you, you just experience some symptoms, just a little bit of rumination here, a little rumination there. Let me be very clear to you. You are not recovered. And this will come back when you least expect it, when you are in a stressful situation in real life. And you might, again, when OCD comes back, it's only coming in as like, hey, you want to ruminate? Hey, you want to do a compulsion? It's still up to you whether you take the bait or not. But it's going to come in at a time when you're not really equipped to deal with it because of outside situations, perhaps, or holidays, or whatever situation comes up in life where you're not at your best to react correctly. So, point number one, fix your OCD fully. If you are ruminating a little bit, if you're doing compulsions a little bit, don't leave a stone unturned. All of this has to go. Don't leave that 5% because that 5% is what's gonna cause your relapse. Now, another thing, people with OCD have this personality where the second the cast is off the leg, they're about to run a marathon. They're like, oh, the cast is off the leg. It's marathon time. That's the only logical solution to this problem. We very much think in all or nothing, black and white terms. We don't slow down. We don't let ourselves heal. And it's very important that you break this pattern in your life because sometimes situations come up where it's just stressful time. But always ask yourself, is it stressful because things are happening around you? And that's valid, and it happens. And I see this with clients, and we power through it and deal with it and find solutions. But a lot of the time, it's because you are creating the current. You are creating, oh, I want to do this and I want to do that, and extra here and more there, especially during the holidays. So it's very important that you don't take on too much. Yes, the cast is off the leg, but no, you are not running a marathon. Let yourself heal. A brain is an organ just like any other organ where it needs time to heal. The second that you feel like, I'm not ruminating anymore, I'm not doing any compulsions, or even you're doing 5%, which is not fully healed, I'll do everything. I'll put myself in a lot of stress. I'll get everything done. It's going to be fantastic. No, it's not going to be fantastic. This is what's going to cause a relapse. Now, a little bit later in the situation, if maybe you've already done some of those things or stress already happened, and you feel it's hard to explain to a person who's never understood OCD or never had OCD, but a person with OCD will know what I mean when I say this, is you feel before you get a thought, you feel this, not every time, but a lot of the time. you feel this kind of almost like a buzzing in the body. It's hard to explain, but it's like you feel anxiety without having it develop into a thought. When you feel this, it's very important that you prepare yourself for an OCD thought that something is going to come in, and when that comes in, I will make sure I disregard. And also, those are your signs, or for example, for people who are like nail pickers, you start to see that you're doing some of these behaviors that are already signaling that you are in too much stress. And at that point, it's important to, again, slow down your projects, slow down whatever it is you're doing, wherever it is you're going. And I don't mean like lay on the bed, horizontal, not doing anything, not like that, but just take it easy a little bit. Give yourself a little bit of a break. Maybe some valerian root would help in those kinds of situations as well, just to calm yourself back down before you go into an OCD frenzy. Also, what causes a relapse? Triggers that you don't have very often. So if, let's say, you're going to see somebody who is going to be a trigger, or you're going to do something that's a trigger for you, going to go to somebody's house where there's triggers, right? Prepare yourself for that situation. So treat it like an exposure exercise. I'm going to go there. It's going to be triggering. When it will happen, right? When the anxiety thought will happen, or feeling or urge or whatever, I will make the choice to disregard. If you prepare yourself, then you will not react in a bad way, and you will not feed OCD, and you will not start a relapse. At the end of the day, always remember, you are the captain of the ship. So yes, OCD can come in, it can give you a thought, it can give you a feeling, it can give you a sensation, but what are you going to do? If you're not going to run with it, it doesn't have power except for the power that you're giving it. So your job is to not give it that power. And then the thought will come, the thought will leave, done, didn't relapse. Because that's the difference between people who have OCD and who don't have OCDs. Everybody gets weird thoughts, but they just don't take them seriously. They don't run with them. They don't even remember them a second later. But a person with OCD ruminates, takes them seriously, and remembers them for, years to come. That's the difference. So I hope this helps. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, or just book a talk, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I want to talk to you about what does full recovery look like. Full recovery looks like this. You no longer get any OCD thoughts. Any at all. So it's not, I know a lot of the times people kind of misinterpret it and say, well, full recovery is when you get thoughts, but you are better at disregarding them. No, that's not full recovery. That's quicksand, if you want my opinion. But because there's going to be a stressful situation, and then OCD can come back, and that way OCD stays chronic for life, and you're just managing it. So that's not full recovery. Full recovery is when you no longer get thoughts, where you've trained your brain enough that your brain understands that these thoughts are so irrelevant that it has a million real life thoughts to give you, and it doesn't even go into OCD territory. Moreover, OCD recovery, to me personally, means that besides your, harm, religious, relationship, OCD themes, whatever theme you've had, sensorimotor, false memory, besides your theme that you no longer get thoughts on, you are also, and this is very, very important, that you are also able to handle regular life better. Because that is, if you can't handle real life in a way that you get anxious over everything, you spin out on everything, you ruminate about everything, that is a prerequisite to you potentially getting OCD back in the future. So not only do you need to apply these principles to your OCD recovery, get all of your compulsions, ruminations, avoidances out of the way, but also apply it to life outside of OCD. Where if you look, for example, at yesterday or like this week, let's say, how much did you ruminate, not about OCD stuff, but real life stuff that you overthought, overreacted to, all of that? That also needs to go down to 0. And when you get that down, which is a situation, for example, where I'm at, I mean, we had so many calamities happen this year, and you're standing on solid footing. You're still standing. You're not on quicksand. You're not in danger of falling down. And when you feel like this, when you feel secure, that's full recovery. I hope this helps. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I wanted to talk about a question I get asked often. Will my OCD thoughts be gone after recovery? So look at it this way. Let's say a person is driving in the car. They're driving the car. They don't have OCD. They get an intrusive thought, which every human being on planet Earth gets, of what if I swerve the car and kill everybody? What does that person do? So this is a person who doesn't have OCD. They'll say, that's silly. And they move on. Versus a person who's about to develop OCD or has harm OCD, they'll be like, oh my God, why would I have these thoughts? What does this mean about me? Let me ruminate. Let me then Google and Reddit, and the person starts to ruminate. They get overwhelmed. Their anxiety goes through the roof. Versus the person who never had OCD, they wouldn't even tell you that they had that thought because they don't even remember having it a minute later. You see the difference? So intrusive thoughts are normal. They happen to everybody. There was one study that showed that people with OCD and people without OCD have very similar thoughts. It was just that people with OCD take them seriously, while people without OCD just forget about them. 70,000 thoughts a day. People get somewhere between I think it was 40 to 70,000 thoughts a day. If you Google 70,000 thoughts, you will see that study. So people get a lot of random thoughts, but people who don't have OCD just forget about them and don't take them personally. Versus people with OCD, they remember them, take them seriously, ruminate, and do all of this compulsion behavior. So after recovery, you become like everyone else, where thoughts may come in on all kinds of weird topics, but you won't even acknowledge them. Of course, they'll give you zero anxiety, and it will be a very rare occasion when they're coming in. So it's not going to be all the time. And it depends on the theme as well. So for example, themes such as magical thinking. If I pick up this cup, something bad is going to happen to somebody because I had a bad thought, right? That's going to be fully gone. What's another one? This is a red spot. Maybe I will get HIV from it. That's going to be gone. So those types of thoughts, you will most likely will never experience them again. Now, if we take something that's relationship OCD, how do I feel about my partner? Anybody on planet Earth had those thoughts. So those thoughts will from time to time come in because you're a normal human being, but they will not give you distress, and you will experience them on the same level that any other human being experiences it. So, but compare that to, for example, HOCD thought. What if I'm gay, right? Those thoughts will just not come in anymore, right? So that's kind of the difference. I hope this overview explains what you can expect and what normalcy is in terms of intrusive thoughts. If you have any more questions, if something was unclear, let me know in the comments below. I will be back tomorrow with another video. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me or just book a one-time talk, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Just wanted to let you know we did a massive update, and there's so much new stuff. There's new trackers, there's exposure work, there's detailed instructions. You'll get detailed messages from me as well every single day. So if you have not downloaded it, download it below. I'm going to leave all the links there. If you already have the app, please update so then you get all the latest features. This update took a long time because we wanted to make sure that it was exactly what you needed for recovery and tailor it in a way that works best for the person doing recovery work. So it was a labor of love, and I really hope that you like it. Please check it out. Again, I'll leave all the links below. Hi everyone, I'm GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I wanted to talk to you about how on-purpose exposures can keep you trapped in OCD. And I want you to listen to me and look at it logically without having any preconceived ideas or notions, but just look at it with a fresh set of eyes, okay? When you do on-purpose exposure, whether it's through hierarchy, targeted exposures, or even scripting where you write out the situation to try to habituate to it, right? All those things are geared, not entirely, but basically to habituate to the thought of the day, right? But tomorrow, you're going to have a new thought. So basically, you're always playing catch up. OCD tells you, don't touch the doorknob. So you're like, I will do an on-purpose exposure. I will touch the doorknob, which is good. It is good to do that. But then OCD, so you did the on-purpose exposures for the doorknob. Then it moves to the door itself. Now you're again one step behind, playing catch up. Again, you do the exposure for the door. Fine, fantastic. But you can never recover with this method because your OCD is always bringing something next up for you. So in this way, you are always behind and always trapped eternally to continue to do these on-purpose exposures. And then let's say you did so many exposures that you just completely exhausted your current OCD theme. What is OCD to do? It moves on to another theme. So logically, even though this method can keep you afloat, and I think this idea of that on-purpose exposures is part of the gold standard, or is pretty much for most practitioners the only thing that they do with the client, the best that they can do is keep you afloat until the next thought, until the next theme, until the next situation. You're not really fixing the brain. You're band-aiding the situation. Well, not band-aiding, you are fixing the situation, but you're fixing the situation only in the moment. And tomorrow, the fact that you touch the doorknob will become irrelevant because your OCD has skyrocketed in some other area with some other situation or maybe some other theme entirely. And this is why the GREYMOND method is so different. And this is why we are seeing fantastic progress with clients, because we're not doing these things that are keeping you stuck. There is situations though in which on-purpose exposures are definitely necessary, and I do on-purpose exposures with clients, of course. In situations where, for example, going back to the door, right, that you are avoiding touching the door, which is your normal real life circumstance that you're not now avoiding, you need to do on-purpose exposures, of course. But it can't be end all and be all in OCD recovery. You just simply will not recover that way. And that's why people online who just do on-purpose exposures say then later, oh, I can't recover. Of course you can't recover. How can you when you're always playing catch up? So instead, I'm telling, well, if you're here, you're already probably using the GREYMOND method, but I'm telling you the GREYMOND method works. Do it, try it, download the app, start doing the work. I promise you, you will see results. I'll see you in the next video. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program, as always, you know where to find me on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered. My clients recovered. And you can fully recover too. A very common question I get asked literally every day is, what do I say back to OCD? People, for some reason, view it as very important. Like, do I say anything at all? Do I need to say a specific thing? Should I be saying disregard? Look at it from different perspective. Let's say you said, I'm disregarding, and then ruminated, paid attention, went on Google and Reddit, asked everybody all day. Or let's say when an OCD thought you said, I'm going to pay a lot of attention to you, and then disregard it all day. As they say, talk is cheap. You need to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. So what you say to your OCD, that one line, is not very important. What you do the rest of the day after the thought, that's where it's at. That's the 99.999%. So you need to show your brain that you don't care through acting like everything is normal, not avoiding your daily life, going out, doing things, not laying in bed all day, not asking for reassurance all day, coming off of Google and Reddit and YouTubes and checking and this and that. Don't do those things. Show your brain you're disregarding. Don't just tell it, and then you will see improvement. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me or just book a chat, all the information is below or on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered. My clients recovered. And you can fully recover too. Today I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the online culture of OCD is chronic and you can never recover from it. And they're there and be kind to yourself. In my opinion, and everybody's allowed to have their own opinion, in my opinion, of somebody who's talked to probably, I don't know, how many thousands of people for the last 15 years doing sessions, as well as through my own recovery, I can tell you this, that if you're not accountable, if you're not pushing yourself to do recovery work every day, where Googling, not gonna do that. Checking, not gonna do that. Redditing, not gonna do that. Asking other people, not gonna do that. I am making a choice. Slam the fist on the table and say, done. I am done doing this. That's how you recover. That's the determination you need. If instead you are wishy-washy, kind of, I'm tracking, I'm not tracking, I'm doing the work, I'm not doing the work, I did one exposure a day, or I reduced one little part. I mean, it's all right for a start, but what are you doing the rest of the day? And why aren't you doing recovery work in the rest of the day? You have right now an emergency in your life. You have a massive OCD problem. You need to be putting all of your effort into pushing forward and doing recovery work. Not some effort, not excuses. You need to be putting everything you've got into doing recovery work. And it's not about finding the right coach or whatever. It's about you at home every moment of the day. That's what it's about. Don't listen to, if anybody tells you that just with my whatever help, you can recover, the only one who can really help you is you doing recovery work 24/7, meaning disregarding 24/7, not getting into rumination, not getting into checking, not asking, not Googling, not Redditing, not doing the behaviors that are keeping you stuck. So if you approach it that way, that no matter what, I'm going to do the work, you will see results really quick. And I see this with clients literally all the time. And the ones that signed up for sessions, I've showed people examples and they can see that it just works. So do the work every single day, no matter what. Make it your priority. You will see that this works. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me or just book a one session, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Let's talk about living with uncertainty. First of all, considering you've had a reiteration of this thought about 1,000,000 times already in different variations, this is hardly uncertainty, because every time you've had a thought previously, you're not ruminating about that. You're ruminating about your last thought. Or maybe you have 2 thoughts or 3 thoughts you're ruminating about. But that 100 that you've had before on this theme that sounded very similar to this, you are no longer ruminating about. So you are hardly living in uncertainty. So whenever you have a thought that comes in, you don't need to say to yourself, I am choosing to live in uncertainty. Instead, say that I am choosing to view this as an OCD thought number 1,000,000, because it is an OCD thought number 1,000,000, because you had this thought 1,000,000 times. And let me remind you that every theme you have, every theme that you're worried about, harm OCD, relationship OCD, religious OCD, homosexual OCD, people who actually are in that life situation do not have an anxiety disorder. All those things I've mentioned do not come with an anxiety disorder. They're not ruminating all day. They're not obsessing all day. They're not checking Reddit. They're not seeking reassurance. They're not confessing. They're not doing compulsions. They're not doing those things. And you've had this thought 1,000,000 times. So you don't need to live with the uncertainty. You need to just make a choice to disregard what it really is. And that's thought number 1,000,000. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me or just book a talk, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. I think the most common question people ask is, how do I trust myself? How do I feel that everything is okay? And you have to understand that it's not about achieving a feeling. It's about slamming the fist on the table and saying, I've had enough. I'm choosing, I'm making a choice to view this as OCD. I'm making a choice to trust, not trying to get a feeling, but making a choice and saying enough is enough. And when you make that choice and you act in every way as if you believe it, it doesn't matter if you have the feeling or not. You act in every way as if you believe it, which means no more reassurance, no more Googling, no more checking, no more ruminating, no more figuring it out, no more doing compulsions, no more doing avoidances, no more doing any of that. You do this, and little by little, that belief will come. It's the more you try to achieve a feeling of belief, or feeling of trust, the more stuck you become. So make the choice, make the uncomfortable choice, final decision to view this as OCD. And I promise you, you won't be wrong. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. If you are tracking rumination through the OCD Help app using the GREYMOND method, a question that comes up often is, Ali, what exactly counts as rumination? There's obvious rumination when you are actively ruminating about your theme, but there's also hidden rumination. Hidden rumination can be as follows. What if I never recover? What if this thought will stick around forever? What if I'm never going to be happy because I'm going to have these thoughts forever? What if I'm never going to be focused because I'm going to have these thoughts forever? What if OCD will never go away and I'll always have to be in this cycle of maintaining it? What if I lose everything because of OCD? Ruminating about how much time you wasted on OCD in the past, how much you missed out on because of OCD, worrying about your future because of OCD. If it doesn't go away, my life is going to be very bad, and ruminating about that. Worrying about physical symptoms of OCD, fast heartbeat, heart palpitations, tiredness. What does this mean? Maybe it's a health issue, additional health issue. All of this is also rumination. It counts. It can't be just, well, it has nothing to do with my, harm OCD theme, so it doesn't count. It counts. And you need to count that as part of doing recovery work, because otherwise you're not really getting rid of all rumination, which means you're keeping OCD on life support, which means you're not fully getting rid of it. So all those things, examine within yourself. Do you do any of the things that I mentioned? And include them when you're using the GREYMOND method, hopefully with using OCD Help app, which is available on App Store and Android. Thank you for listening. I'll be back tomorrow with another video. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me or book a talk with me, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I wanted to talk to you about one shocking fact about OCD. And throughout the years, I've been doing this for now, I say 15, but probably 16, even longer years of talking to clients about this. I remember back in the day, in yesteryear, where there was no differentiation like HOCD, ROCD, Sensorimotor, whatever. There was no differentiation. That didn't exist. All of those posts, websites, things that you see online devoted to these themes, that didn't exist. That name did not exist. It was just OCD, and mainly there was just talking about like cleaning OCD, and that's it. The thought-related OCD was just called PRO, and even then there was just maybe just a few little articles of information, which I was so thankful for at the time when I was going through recovery. But besides the fact that there was nothing. And yet, when I started to talk to clients, and now I've talked to probably, thousands of people, that everybody who has HOCD has the same triggers, same thoughts. There's variations, of course, but generally very, very similar. And these people live in different areas, come from different backgrounds, religiously, culturally, in all ways. They're different. But yet their fears are exactly the same. And when they say exactly the same, I mean verbatim the same. They're using the same phrasing. And again, you have to understand, this was before there was information available online. So it's not like everybody read the same website and they're like, okay, and then they're using the same phrase. No, that's not what happened. It was just that's how people were feeling, and what they were saying, one person says sounds exactly what another person says. And if you're a specialist such as myself and you hear every day people are talking about the same thing, that's why it started to be classified as HOCD, ROCD, whatever OCD themes, is because every therapist, every specialist is seeing the same thing, where those people are experiencing this type of OCD, those people are experiencing that type of OCD, and you can definitely group it because it sounds exactly the same. And that's one thing I always found shocking. And if you look at it from that perspective, I remember even when I started all this, right? And I thought in my naive mind back then, 15, 16 years ago, that I was like, you know what? There might be one person out there who's suffering like I am, and I want to help that person. I didn't realize how many people exactly were suffering because nobody was talking about it, right? And then I realized how many people were having exactly the same thoughts as me. And yeah, just I see it all the time now, where people will come to me, new clients, and they'll say, I realized I had OCD for about a week now, and I've come to you to fix it. And they had weird thoughts. They looked online. They're like, oh, this looks like OCD. I'll call Allie. Because they found me through podcasts or YouTube or whatever. But I went through this journey over years. It took me years to realize that this was OCD, which now takes a week. So it's fantastic where we have come to, in the way of there is so much information, and people don't have to suffer in silence and shame and guilt and embarrassment with all this stuff. And we can just say like, hey, these thoughts, they have a name, they have a pattern, and we just need to fix it. And there is a way to fix it, and you can fully recover. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm Allie GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I want to talk to you about on-purpose exposures and why on-purpose exposures as a standalone treatment is not enough for OCD recovery. Because OCD has the ability and frequently morphs from theme to theme, when you are doing on-purpose exposure, for example, you are touching a doorknob because you're afraid to touch doorknobs. Well, that's great. It's going to get you past the doorknob part, but then your OCD will go on to another topic, and then you're going to do exposures for that. And then your OCD will morph to something else. And then when, let's say, if you had cleaning OCD, you exhaust all cleaning related things, and then it moves to, I don't know, relationship OCD or harm OCD or religious OCD or some whatever other theme. Pick one. Depending on what the most important things are in your life, that's the one OCD will pick next. And then what? New hierarchy, new on-purpose exposures. Do you see how, just purely logically speaking, this method alone will keep you stuck in OCD for life? You need to start doing recovery work properly, as I describe on this channel, because just spot treating will never get you to full recovery. It will keep you afloat. It will keep you not at the top of the anxiety, so it will lower your anxiety. But recover you by itself, absolutely not. It's simply not possible, because OCD has the ability to morph to a different theme, of course. I hope you find my videos helpful. Watch this channel, get the knowledge, do recovery work. You can do this. I believe in you step by step. I've done it. I say this all the time. I've done it. My clients have done it. We did the work and we recovered. So you do the work and you will recover, but the work must be done. This is not going to just happen. OCD will not just magically go away. You got to put effort into it. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I wanted to share a message from one of my clients. This is a new client. We just started about a week ago, and she just wanted to give you the first impressions of doing recovery program.
Hello. So I first contacted Ali after watching some of her videos, and when my OCD and my anxiety were just terrible. And so we had an emergency call, but she first of all, and I feel much more hopeful for the future, and I'll keep working, and I really want to nip it in the bud. I want to nip OCD in the bud and live my life again, free from this terrible illness, disorder, call it what you want. So thank you so much, Ali, and I wish everyone loads of courage.
Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. So in the last few videos, you've heard clients talk about how they're seeing results, but what if you personally are not seeing results? What are you doing wrong? A lot of the time, especially when the person first tries to do recovery work, they get stuck and they're like, what am I doing wrong? And most likely, you are not catching all the times you are ruminating. If you're doing compulsions or avoidances, you're not catching all of those either. But most likely one is rumination. You need to be catching all the rumination, including OCD about OCD, what if I never recover, about how you feel, comparing yourself to others, whether through the lens of OCD and having OCD or through the lens of whatever your content of your theme is. All of those ruminations make OCD worse. So if you're spending time thinking, is this OCD or not? Then what if I never recover? Then what if I'm a bad person? And that goes on all day. You're powering up OCD. And that is why OCD is sticking around, is because you continuously power it up. OCD is like a car. You need to be putting gas into it all the time for it to be running. And as long as you're putting that gas in, it continues to run. So somewhere in your life right now, if you're not seeing progress, if you're not doing well, somewhere you're putting gas in the car, whether it's through rumination, whether it's through compulsions, whether it's through avoidances. You gotta find where that's happening. And then you gotta reduce that and reduce it all the way to nothing. That is very important, because if you leave a stone unturned, if you don't get rid of all of your compulsions, don't get rid of all of your rumination, it can come back when you are, well, first of all, it's going to be there to some extent, which makes OCD in that instance chronic. So you're keeping it low grade chronic. Yes, it's not prevalent in your life, but that's also not full recovery. That's just, I'm all right, basically. But that's not what when we say full recovery, we don't mean I still have a little bit of it. I still have some rumination, or I still have some compulsions. If you still are having some symptoms, it means that there's still some fuel that's somewhere you're putting in the car. So identify those areas. Start with the morning. You wake up, and then what happens? Do you lay in bed and ruminate? You need to be getting out of bed right away. No ruminating, no doing compulsions, no doing checking. YouTube, other social media, Reddit, why are you on it, if in terms of like if you're looking something up that's OCD content related, right? All of those things, I'm kind of just throwing things out there, but you have to examine what it is in your life where you are powering up the thoughts and get rid of it. That's all I have for today. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. You want to do recovery program with me? All the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you as always tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I wanted to talk to you about how to not get stuck in chronic OCD. So first of all, what do we mean when we say chronic OCD? Well, I'm talking about when you've gotten your OCD so low that it's, let's say, a level 3 anxiety or a level 2 anxiety, but it's not quite squashed, where you feel like you can live your life, you can do what you want to do, but it's a little bit there. That little bit there is not good enough. Because as soon as a stressful situation will hit in your life, and I don't mean even negative stress, moving, getting married, having a baby, changing jobs, a stressful situation comes in and your OCD will go through the roof. With this existing theme, with some other theme, it will come back. Let me be very clear with this. If you don't squish OCD all the way, it will come back. You need to take recovery very seriously and finish the job. This idea that kind of floats around online that, well, you just have tools and OCD is chronic and it will be for life. If you have a house and your house is a little bit dirty, until you clean it up, it's going to continue to be a little bit dirty. And when the stress comes in and you're not thinking about cleaning, it's going to get dirtier and dirtier and dirtier. And at some point, it will get back to level 10 dirty. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you need to finish the job. If you're doing any compulsions, any rumination, any avoidances, don't hold on to them. Get rid of them. It's very important, and it's hard to see the value of getting rid of the last of it when you're feeling almost okay. But I'm telling you that it's false, because you're feeling okay in the situation that you're in, and it can return should a stressful situation come in. So again, guys, do the GREYMOND method. Track, reduce, recover. You need to get everything to zero. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like me to push you personally and do one-on-one recovery work with me, all the information, as always, on youhaveocd.com, or you can just book a one session with me to go over your situation and create an action plan. I will see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm GREYMOND. I'm the founder of the GREYMOND method, as well as one of the first original coaches to be helping people to fully recover from OCD. After 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I want to talk to you about the last stage of OCD recovery. So this is where OCD just can't find anything else to throw at you, probably because you are reducing your rumination, compulsions, and avoidances, and because you are trying to disregard as best you can. Your brain is like, where am I going to get this person? How am I going to get them to ruminate? How am I going to get them to do compulsions? I know, I will send them OCD about OCD. Well, since you're not buying into your theme, what if you just never recover? What if you're just going to always suffer? What if the anxiety will never leave? And that's what it throws at you. When it's out of bullets with everything else, it throws this at you. So what you need to do is disregard. First of all, treat this like any other OCD theme. I promise you, it's not different. It's trying to get you to do the same old, rumination, compulsions, avoidances. And the more you do this, the more this theme will stick, just like any other theme. So the goal here is to treat it as exactly the same. Even though it's about OCD, it's not different. It still comes down to how much you are ruminating. It still comes down to how many compulsions you're doing, how much avoidance you are doing. Those are the 3 pillars of OCD. You got to get rid of all 3 to fully and truly recover from OCD. And whether you're ruminating about one of the other themes versus about OCD about OCD, it really doesn't matter. What matters is how much you are giving power up, how much, as I say, how much gas you're putting in the OCD car. That's how far it's gonna run. And the content is irrelevant. But this theme of OCD about OCD tends to be the last theme. So if you're dealing with this specific theme, most likely it's because it really can't throw anything else at you. So kind of take it as a sign of almost victory, but you gotta bring it to the ending. And like I was saying in previous video, don't let OCD become chronic. Finish the job. Don't leave a little bit of OCD here and there, because that can skyrocket and come back at you. So you want to make sure that you finish the process fully, get everything to 0, and then you can go on and live your life, and also apply some of these same principles in everyday life as well, because it helps. I hope you find my videos helpful. Thank you so much for listening. I'll be back tomorrow with another one. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, as always, everything is on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm one of the original OCD recovery coaches to be online, and I can tell you that after 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. If right now you're having an OCD attack, remember that this is not new. This is literally thought number 1 million. You've seen this movie before. You know how it goes. You go to a 10, you do the behaviors, and then it comes back down. Break that chain. Don't do the behaviors. Don't do compulsions. Don't do rumination. Don't do Googling, checking. Don't do confessing. Make the choice not to do the behavior. You won't be wrong. Nothing bad is going to happen. This is literally, again, thought number 1 million. And your thought is so common that it actually falls under a theme. There's a name for it. Other people are experiencing this as well. And it also feels very real for them. And I know that you're saying, but mine is different. Yes, everybody says that too. That's also a symptom of everybody saying that, yes, mine is different. Again, thoughts come in under emotions, sensations, feelings, false memories, images, dreams. Probably missed a few. Those are all common classic OCD. Make the choice to disregard this thought number 1 million. Just make the brave choice right now. You won't be wrong. Nothing bad is going to happen. The only thing that's going to happen if you disregard is that you're going to win this battle. And in this battle, you're going to show OCD that you're no longer doing what it wants you to do. You're no longer going to buy into what it's trying to sell you. And that's going to give you back the power. And that's what you need to do, is to win back, get back that power. And then tomorrow, there's going to be another battle. And you will also choose to disregard that. And little by little, you're going to pull yourself out of OCD. I'm telling you 100%. Full recovery is possible, but you have to find the strength to fight. You have to find the strength. I know you're tired. I know it's been exhausting, scary journey. I get it. But you have to find the strength to fight right now. Don't do what it wants you to do. Don't do the behaviors. I hope you find my videos helpful. Thank you so much for listening. I'll be back tomorrow with another one. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, all the information, as always, you know where to find me on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm one of the original OCD recovery coaches to be online. And I can tell you that after 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Let's talk about trying to achieve a feeling of trust. Trust self, trust of others, And the more you try to achieve the feeling of trust, the feeling itself, the further away from this feeling you're going to get. Instead of trying to achieve a feeling, to feel that specific feeling, we're going to make a choice. So we're going to say, I don't need to feel that this is OCD. I don't need to feel the feeling that I trust myself or trust others. I'm going to make a choice that this is OCD. I'm going to make a choice to trust because this is thought number 1,000,000. I'm going to make a choice to not ruminate about it. So making a choice is an action. That's within our control. And then every time your brain goes back into rumination, we're not doing that. We've already made that choice. That decision has already been done. So you're focusing on the action rather than on achieving an emotion which is outside of your control. And I promise you, when you do this, when you focus on choosing to trust, and again, when I say focus, I don't mean like sit there and try to focus. You're saying, I'm choosing to trust, I'm going about my day. 2 seconds later, OCD comes back. Still choosing to trust, still going about my day. And you don't actually need to say those words either, but that needs to be the message, the general way you're behaving, the message that you're sending to the brain. And you will start to see that the thoughts lose their power because you're not powering them up. So that's how you need to be all day. And eventually, that feeling of trust will come. But if you also do this where you're like always looking over your shoulder, like, is it here? Is it here now? Do I trust now? How do I feel? Again, you're getting back into OCD. So you really need to follow through as I made a choice. I'm choosing to trust. I'm going about my day. When I get the feeling, if I get the feeling, when is it going to happen? Don't care. Just going about my day. Like this. I promise you this works. I hope you find my videos helpful. Thank you so much for listening. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, as you know, all the information is on youhaveocd.com. Hi everyone, I'm GREYMOND. I'm one of the original OCD recovery coaches to be online. And I can tell you that after 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Today I want to talk to you about lifestyle in OCD recovery. So from my experience with clients, and I have a lot of experience, what I can tell you is this. If you are in a situation where you're not leaving your room, you're not leaving your bed, you don't have activity, you're not doing anything, you're going to have a much harder time doing recovery work because you're not filling your brain enough with anything else. You need to show your brain that everything is okay, that everything is normal, even if you're obviously going to be faking it. It's fine. I'm just going to go out. I'm going to see friends. I'm going to do activities. I'm going to do stuff as a person would do if they didn't have OCD. And I remember when I had severe OCD, how horrible and terrible that was to actually implement because you're just like, you feel like, okay, this is going to take 3 hours wherever I'm going. And how am I going to get through it? And it's going to be bad. And I'm going to get thoughts and and you just need to go through this because it's the healthier thing to do rather than if you are at home and you're sitting on the couch and you don't have activity. OCD has got you right where it wants you without anything else, any other distraction. It's just you and OCD. And a lot of the times clients always ask me, what about jobs? Should I have a job? Should I have a part-time job? I would say if you are in that situation where you're trying to figure out, should you kind of stay home and deal with your OCD or should you go to work? Both. Okay, so reality is that the both are going to be not so good because you're dealing with OCD. So it's going to be bad at home and it's going to be bad at work. But at work, at least you have a distraction, where at home you don't. As long as that job is not too demanding, like something that's really demanding and really stressful actually might spike up your OCD. So try to kind of be in the middle where it's not too intense, but keeps you busy. that balance. Maybe every other day if you can, but if every day, but try not to get too far into it where it's all the time and then after work, and then you don't want to go to that level. Same thing if you are going to school, right? Like, should you take a semester off or should you continue with your studies? I would say for most people, and it obviously depends on your individual situation, but from clients' experience, being busy is better for recovery than being just alone one-on-one with OCD. So going back to what you need to do, every day, try to be active. Try to not isolate. So this starts in the morning. You wake up in the morning, you get out of bed right away. Don't let yourself ruminate in bed. Then try to go where there's people, right? Like communication, all of that. It seems kind of like simple advice, but I promise you it makes a difference because you're not letting yourself ruminate. So it's this built-in exposure work that you are doing regardless. Even if because when you're by yourself, it's very difficult to do exposure work. And now exposure work happens by default because you just can't do the compulsions or the rumination to the extent that you want to do that. I hope you find my videos helpful. Thank you so much for listening. I'll be back tomorrow with another one. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. Hi, everyone. I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm one of the original OCD recovery coaches to be online. And I can tell you that after 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Let's talk about OCD. What if I can't recover? What if I'm never going to get better? This person said I can recover. This person said I can. This person is using this method. This person is using that method. What if I'm never going to get better? My life is going to be terrible. And then it can tie into your other OCD themes as well. My life is going to be terrible, and then you connect it to your other OCD theme. View this type of rumination as OCD. Any rumination that has to do with worrying about recovery in any way, just treat it as OCD. Don't react. Don't talk about it with people. Don't get reassurance. Don't watch too many YouTube videos. Don't dig up too much information. And with them digging up information, it's like, I understand that obviously you want to understand how OCD works. I get it. But at some point, you have to say, I have enough theory. I need to do the practical, right? And just wanted to also remind you that recovery process is not a noun, it's a verb. It's an action. It's not just a thing that exists. You're not gonna just magically have recovery descend upon you one day. You're gonna do the work, kind of like having a dirty room in the house. It's fully dirty, and then you clean it a little bit, and then a little more, and you're consistent, and little by little, you clean it all up. That's OCD recovery. That's how it works. It's not when is it going to come to me? When is the recovery going to magically descend upon me? No, you're going to have to do the work. And that's something you need to accept. You need to make it a priority in every day, no matter what. Many times a day if you're doing compulsions. Rumination. Rumination is probably the number one key to recovery. You gotta stop ruminating. So all of that, if you do this, you will clean that room up, no problem, and you don't have to worry about it. Am I doing this correctly? Am I not? Because that in itself is rumination. You're researching, that in itself is compulsions. So your best move in that situation is you get a thought about OCD and you're like, whatever, I'm going to go about my day. I'm going outside, see ya. Like that, right? Or I have things to do, I'm going to go do them. So we're not getting into the theories of recovery. We're not getting into metaphysical. We're not getting into psychology. We're just like, whatever. What am I going to eat? Where am I going to go? Very simple, right? Bringing yourself to things that actually for real matter, okay? I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me, as always, you know where to find me. I'm always available on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. Hi everyone, I'm Ali GREYMOND. I'm one of the original OCD recovery coaches to be online, and I can tell you that after 1,000 videos, 15 years of experience, my message is still remaining the same. You can fully recover from OCD. I recovered, my clients recovered, and you can fully recover too. Let's talk about a common problem with most OCD themes. So this is the problem that you must address. If your therapist is not addressing this problem, find a therapist that does. Because that is the common thread, and you will not, I'm telling you, as an expert, you will not be able to recover until you address this underlying problem. The problem is rumination, whether it's harm OCD, whether it's religious OCD, whether it's relationship OCD, whether it's whatever OCD. The only two exceptions I would say with this, although not entirely exempt, would be sensorimotor and physical compulsions, although that's probably not even true either. It probably still exists in large amounts there. But every other theme, OCD about OCD, with all those themes, rumination is the common thread. If you're just randomly doing exposures and randomly doing hierarchy and addressing rumination not at all, you will not recover from OCD. I am guaranteeing you that. So you need, in whatever OCD theme you have, and this is also why themes jump. Oh, you don't want to think about this? Think about that. You don't want to feed OCD donuts? Feed it sandwiches. That's literally what's happening. It's just a different food. How you're feeding OCD? Through rumination. You need to reduce rumination to 0. There is no options with that, because otherwise you will never recover. You'll just continue to ruminate about going from one theme to another, going to what if I don't recover, and then making your way back around to your original themes. And it just jumps from one to another. Again, like I'm saying, don't want to feed OCD donuts? Feed OCD sandwiches. It doesn't care. It just wants food from you. So that's your number one priority. Start catching and reducing rumination. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to do one-on-one recovery program with me or book a talk, all the information, as always, is on youhaveocd.com. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A common question I get is, if I work with you, how fast can I expect to recover? And I can tell you that the average speed is about, like nowadays, right? Of course, it changes as we develop new and improved methods and so on and so forth. But I'd say 2 months, a month and a half, 2 months is fair for me to take you from level, let's say 8 or 9 anxiety to level 1 anxiety. But that's if you do the work. So if you come to me and you are no nonsense, you are focused, you do what I'm telling you to do, you do your homework, right? Because there is a lot of homework with not like a lot, but there's homework with the program. You text me, we do the work. Yeah, that's realistic. But the one thing, and I used to say this a lot in the past, is you want to make sure that you continue to focus on recovery work after you feel like you are at level 1 anxiety level. Let's say one day you're level 1, then the next day you're 0. At that point, you want to make sure you're continuing to do recovery work, because it's a very shaky ground. And a lot of the times, even though it seems like a positive thing, like the clients will say, well, I'm doing so fantastic, I'm doing everything, I'm living life, thank you very much. And they drop doing recovery work entirely. And you have to understand that you feeling better and feeling like you're fully recovered and you being fully recovered is 2 different things. Feeling fully recovered, like I said, 2 months-ish, no problem. But being fully recovered means that you've gone through stressors, time passed, and you didn't fall into OCD. Because it's easy to maintain, well, none of it is easy, but once you got to zero, right, 0, 1 level of anxiety, it's easy-ish to maintain it. But what's going to happen if you have a bad day? In life, I mean, stressful day, you moved, you changed jobs, something happened in your relationship, something happened in your family. How are you going to be then? And the only way we know that you're truly recovered is if you've gone through those times and still didn't fall down in OCD. And to not fall down in OCD, you need to be accountable. So again, I'm giving you 100% realistic timelines and expectations. 2 months for you to feel better. And then I highly recommend for another few months being on top of it, still continuing to do the work, even though you feel yourself, you will feel like it's not necessary. Believe me from experience, it is necessary. Cement the recovery. So get to feeling recovered, cement that recovery, and then you're going to be good. And I can tell you in my personal experience, I've gone through so many things, even in the last year. Hasn't been the easiest year. I think it hasn't been the easiest year for a lot of us, last few years, in terms of real life. Didn't fall down in OCD. And it's been what now? 17-ish, I don't know, whatever years. Haven't fallen down in OCD. I'm telling you, this program works. But again, you need to come into it being ready. Not kind of ready, not like, being ready. And then you will see fast results, and we will make sure that your results last, that they're not temporary. I hope you find my videos helpful. Subscribe if you haven't. If you would like to book a talk with me and start the program, all the information is below this video or on youhaveocd.com. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I wanted to talk to you about how to properly handle setbacks in OCD recovery. Today, I wanted to remind you that having a setback in OCD recovery is okay, but few questions here. How fast did you recover from that setback? So you had a bad day, and how many days did it take you to get out of that bad day? And the amount of days it took you this time, was it faster than last time or slower than last time or the same as last time? That indicates where you are in recovery, because if you can come out of a setback faster, it means that you are able to disregard the thought better, right? You know how to get out of it, which means that you're further in your recovery. Also, how bad was the setback, right? How far did you let yourself fall down? Also, what was the situation around the setback? A lot of the times I see with clients, they're traveling, they're busy, and whenever a person is in a situation of real life stress, it can make OCD come in stronger. Now, it can come in stronger, but it's still up to you what you do with that. Do you react or do you not react? But it can come in stronger. The worst thing you can do coming out of a setback is to start ruminating, oh my God, I will never get better. Why did it happen? All of that stuff, because now it becomes meta OCD. So first you were ruminating or doing compulsions about your OCD content theme, and now it's about OCD recovery itself. So now you're doubling the rumination, doubling the compulsions, let's say, if you're going online and Googling OCD recovery and so on, or seeking reassurance. So okay, setback happened, doesn't matter. Now you have to push forward from here. Don't dwell on the past. Always keep going. Hopefully you learn something from it. Hopefully next time, and I always ask this from my clients, next time you are in the same situation that caused the setback, are you going to react better? Do you think? And if you think that you're going to react better, then great, fantastic. You learned something here. But if you're going to react the same or maybe even potentially worse, you don't feel like you will react better, then that's a problem because you didn't learn anything, right? So these are some of the things about setbacks. Again, it's not a big deal. It happens to everybody. OCD recovery is not linear, but we should be seeing some sort of trajectory, right? Even if you look at the screenshot right now on the video, in the first screenshot from the app, right, you can see that the person is, as the months go by, they're doing better. But are there red days? Yes, that's normal. It doesn't mean anything about your recovery. That just means you are human, you have bad days. Sometimes the trigger is just too much, and it's not your fault because you are not at a stage of recovery where you can handle this level of a trigger. It came in unexpectedly, you reacted. It happens. Don't blame yourself for it. Don't do this, oh, I should have done better, and ruminate and ruminate. You're just making it worse. It happened how it happened, doesn't matter. We turn over the page and we try again next time, okay? I hope you find my videos helpful. If you would like to book an emergency session, I will leave the links below. I will see you tomorrow. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. When I first start talking to clients, a common question I get is, I read online that you can't recover from OCD. Will I be able to recover? And I just wanted to clarify this one more time in case you didn't see my earlier videos, because there's a lot of new people watching. Most people online are using the traditional methods to, I don't even want to say the word recover from OCD, to keep OCD chronic, let's call it. Hierarchy, scripting, on-purpose exposure. The Trinity, let's call it. The problem with these methods is it always cherry picks a specific theme, a specific exposure. And you have to understand, you probably already know this, that OCD morphs themes. So if it morphs, what you are doing today, like let's say you are working to get rid of, working to get rid of a thought is already a compulsion, by the way, FYI. But if you are working to get rid of a thought or get rid of a theme or get rid of a feeling, you're performing a compulsion, which makes OCD worse. If that's your actual intent, right? You're making OCD worse by showing your brain that you are afraid and that you gotta get rid of it. So if you're scripting with an intent to get rid of the thought, you're actually performing a compulsion. So just, again, this is a side note. But when you are looking at OCD through the lens of, if I just get rid of this theme, another one will never come in, you are in for a rude awakening. Because what's going to happen is another theme will come in. And when it does, you're going to be at square one because your therapist just told you how to get rid of, I don't know, theme one, whatever, harm OCD theme. And now you got relationship OCD theme and you're at square one and you're chronic and you're stuck for life and you're paying for life for therapy where you're cherry picking from one thing to another. I'm just saying. It doesn't make sense. So the people online, that's what they're talking about. I'm stuck, I'm doing exposures, I'm doing scripting, I'm, let's say, whatever these traditional methods that they're doing, I'm not getting better. Of course you're not getting better. It's the method. How can you possibly get better by cherry picking? Your brain is very capable of sending you something else. We all know that. Versus if you do the GREYMOND method, if you track, if you look at the problem as an overall problem of, let's say, compulsions or overthinking, rumination, right? That's the problem. And we reduce that little by little each day, going through it like a tank, just mowing it down more and more each day. Your OCD has nowhere to run. It doesn't matter if tomorrow is going to be relationship OCD or religious OCD or magical thinking OCD or contamination OCD. You have a quota, You have tracking, you have a quota, you're going to fulfill that quota to the best of your ability, with setbacks, of course, whatever. But you're going to fulfill that quota. Do you see how that's different? But a lot of the time, because the traditional method of OCD recovery has been popularized since, I don't know, the 80s apparently, then that's what most people are doing, because that's what most doctors and therapists have been taught in school. So when you are looking online and people are complaining that they can't recover, it's not. It's a completely different method, completely different approach to OCD recovery. And I would actually say a little bit more. I always say a little bit more. But I would say a little bit more that before you developed OCD, you were not okay. You were already having a lot of sensitivity, a lot of overthink. If your OCD is pure type, probably you were and still are overthinking real life as well. So step one, track and reduce what you are doing in terms of OCD. But in that, also, as a step two, include real life stuff. So don't never ever cherry pick. Don't cherry pick, oh, this is my harm OCD, so I'm going to include that in the tracking, right? If you're using the GREYMOND method, which I'm not telling you because it's mine. I'm telling you because it works. It will get you out of the hell that you are in. I'm telling you 100%. I do this every day with clients. But anyway, you're going to track. When you track, you're going to include not only your harm, let's say OCD or relationship OCD, but you're also going to include, well, I overthought this and we had a situation at work and then I got into an argument with somebody and I'm overthinking all that as well, because one overthinking will spill into another overthinking. We need to change how your brain operates, which means no overthinking is allowed. Tell me one time in your life where overthinking has really helped you. I can't think of one. Maybe there was one at some point, but it's very, very, very rare. So you can take that chance and say, you know what? I'm done putting myself through this in life, and I'm not going to let myself overthink anything anymore. And track it all as one. Don't track, oh, this is just my OCD tracker. That's your tracker to stop overthinking across the board for everything. And that is full recovery. Not this shaky from one theme to another, because in the tracker, if you notice in the app, we're not counting which theme is what. So we're not saying this theme is this and this theme is that and this is my thought of the day. We're not doing any of that. Just the facts, ma'am. How much did you ruminate? How many compulsions you did? How many avoidances? Just the facts. And that way, your OCD has nowhere to run, because every day you're reducing. Do you see how this method is a lot different than one exposure a day to one specific theme, which will keep you chronic? That's the difference. And another side note is, of course, I've been doing this for years. I've created this method, so they can't even use it because I will sue them. Because I get flanked for talking and saying what I'm saying, thousands of videos at this point from literally most therapists, because they don't like me saying this stuff. They would rather you happily do exposures and hierarchy for years and years. I don't want you to have this for years and years. You don't need to. You can recover, you can get better, but it will take work. There's no magic here. You are the magic. You gotta do this work. Little by little, with clients, a lot of the times they start out in a really bad situation. By the time they come to me, they're usually in a really bad situation because so much time has gone by going from doctor to doctor. Nobody is helping, the usual story. And by the time they come to me, they're pretty bad. And they're like, Ali, I can't stop. I can't stop thinking even for a short little time. I'm like, well, how about just a little bit, right? Just something. And then build on that each day. A lot of the times, personality with people, of people who have OCD, is generally black and white. I'm a little bit like that as well. But you can't look at this as black and white. You need to look at this as just a little teeny tiny step each day without excuses. And seeing that, and again, tracking helps you stay accountable. It helps you see your overall progress. It helps you to see that, hey, when I reduced compulsions, when I reduced rumination, look at how much my anxiety went down. This works, but you gotta do this. It will not work with you just listening and then not doing anything about it. But if you put a little bit of effort, and the good thing about OCD recovery is it doesn't actually take too much of your time. Doing it like this, it doesn't really take too much of your time, because the whole point is to ignore the thoughts. Don't let yourself lay there and ruminate, and saving you time right there, right? Or sit there and ruminate. But go on with your day. Go on with your life. Show your brain that you don't care. Don't tell it. Don't say, I'm choosing not to care. Okay, you can say it, but actually push through and choose in real life. Show it, right? In how you're acting and how you look even. It's very important. If you took a shower, you look nice, you smell fresh, you're going to feel better. Versus if you rolled out of bed, sat on the couch and ruminated, right? And we've all been there. But those little changes add up. And if you keep up with routine, keep up with just a little bit of a reduction, I promise you, you will fully recover. And not only will you fully recover from OCD, where nobody ever would be able to diagnose you with OCD because you're fine, but also you will fix that underlying sensitivity that was plaguing you probably from the very beginning. And that is actually, in my eyes, that underlying sensitivity, to fix that is more important than OCD, because if you fix that, then you're not in danger of developing OCD again. Let's say some other life stressor comes in and then your OCD comes back up. It won't, because you changed how you respond to stressful situations, right? And also your life gets a lot better. So you are not this sensitive, easily hurt, easily bothered person. And once you are not that, in that mindset, you don't have that reaction pattern, if you will, your whole life starts to change. How you operate changes, how you work changes, your relationships change massively in the best way possible. If you like this video, please share, subscribe, tell other people about this method, because this actually works. I will leave the links below for the app. If you want to book a talk with me, all the information is on youhaveocd.com, or also I will leave it below. I will see you tomorrow. I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I just wanted to remind you that your number one enemy is your rumination. So you have to get tough on not letting yourself ruminate. It's going to be there in the background. Thoughts, feelings, images, sensations. They are going to be there for now, not forever, for now. But you have to always be pulling back. Always be stopping yourself from rumination. I'm telling you, I've been talking about this for 18 years-ish? And it was true on day one, and it is true now. I stand behind it 1,000,000%. I've seen clients go to zero 1,000,000,000 times by reducing rumination. So it works, and it's a all day work that you have to do, because your OCD will use every opportunity to push back and be like, oh, well, let's just think about it a little more. But we just have this one question. Let's just figure it out. Maybe let's just go on Reddit for 2 seconds. We will figure it out. No, just say no. Because the more you do this, you're going to find more questions than answers, and you're powering up OCD. It counts. Every moment that you spend ruminating counts. I hope you find my videos helpful. Reduce your rumination. Make that your priority of the day. Use the GREYMOND method. Use the app. Track, reduce. You will recover, but only if you do the work. Otherwise, you'll just keep being stuck. I hope you find my videos helpful. If you would like to book an emergency session, I will leave the link below. I will see you tomorrow. I'm GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. Today, I just wanted to remind you that you can't control your thoughts. You shouldn't be trying to. If you have a bad thought, what you're saying is a bad thought. And thoughts are never really bad. They're just thoughts. They're neutral. But if you're viewing some thought as bad and saying, oh my God, I can't have this thought. I need to switch this bad thought for a good thought. I need to figure out why I have this thought. I need to confess this bad thought. You are actually pulling it closer to you, and your brain's like, wow, this thought is very important to you. Let me send you more, which is the last thing you want. You want to be as passive, as neutral, as poker face about it, as humanly possible in your current state. Don't give it any energy. This is just nonsense that's flying by you that you're pulling in by giving it a reaction. Don't give it that reaction. I gave this example before. I'll give it to you again right now. Two people are standing in front of a subway hole where the train goes. Both people have a thought of pushing the other one into the hole because people get 70,000 thoughts a day. We all get weird thoughts, right? But the person number one will think to themselves, that's a silly thought, and move on and never think of this again. Or maybe in the future they'll get another thought, but it doesn't bother them. 2 seconds later, they forgot they even had it. But the other person is, me have this thought? What does this mean? I am a horrible person. And they create a situation out of it. And next time they go into the subway, they're going to have the same thought, and then it will get worse and worse if they continue this reacting to the point where they probably won't even be able to go into the subway. They'll start avoiding. That's the difference. It wasn't the original thought that was the problem. People get the same thoughts who never have OCD. You think you're the only one having harm thoughts or whatever, HOCD, ROCD thoughts? Everybody gets thoughts. But you are reacting differently from other people. It's the reaction that's the problem, not the content. So don't pull them in. View them as whatever. Again, poker face all day. Sure, whatever. Don't care. Keep it going. You want to stay around? Stay around. I'm going about my day. Don't alter your day. Don't try to replace the thoughts. Just keep going. And if you are ruminating, again, this is why we do the GREYMOND method tracking. The more you ruminate, the worse you're going to feel. The less you ruminate, the better you're going to feel. I hope you find my videos helpful. Download the app, start tracking, get better. If you want to do an emergency session with me, I will leave the links below, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now.
Let's talk about fake it till you make it in OCD recovery. I find this approach to be very helpful. And I know sometimes people, when they start out, they're like, what do you mean fake it? Ali, I can't get out of bed. I'm at level 10 anxiety. What are you talking about? So what I mean is you have where you are right now, overthinking, doing a million compulsions, avoiding, whatever the situation is specifically for you. What we need to get to is normalcy, right? And nobody is normal. Everybody's a little, different from each other. So there is no normal, but you know what I'm saying when I say this. I don't want to offend anybody. So to get from point A to point B, we need to start adopting some of these behaviors. So let me give you an example. Please listen to this. I know sometimes people just like, no, that's not for me, and then they turn it off. So just listen to this. Let's say normally, right now, normally, OCD normal. You wake up in the morning, You lay in bed and ruminate for hours, you cry, then you get up, you eat some sort of junk food because you can't bring yourself up to cook a normal good meal. I say normal a lot in this video, disregard. You're doing things that are keeping you not well, versus the other way, right? If you woke up, you're doing tracking, which means I need to get my numbers to be a little bit better than the day before, so I'm going to make myself get up. If you have to slide out of bed, if you have to crawl out of bed, get out of bed the second you get up. Then crawl into the shower. You don't want to. I get that you're probably crying in the shower. I've cried many times in the shower. Many times when I had OCD. So it's not, I don't want you to think that you're the only one dealing with this. You can come out of it and be on the other side like me, like my clients. But right now, you need to crawl into normal behavior. You need to show your brain that you are not gonna lay there, sit there, and think about OCD thoughts and solve them and seek reassurance. And you're gonna get off that stupid Reddit because the Reddit is keeping you sick. So it's these behaviors. Sorry, I just get very passionate about things because I see where if you just make those changes, if you just don't go on Reddit today, if you just take a shower today, if you just even step foot outside your door and see the sunshine, it's going to be a big difference. You know what I mean? So it's these little tiny steps. And in the beginning, the steps are very tiny. So you're doing the fake it till you make it in a very small, tiny way. And that's a win. And that's a win that you should be celebrating because it took a lot to get there. To find the strength to get up, it's big, you know, to not let yourself ruminate, to not seek reassurance first thing in the morning. It's all big. And the more it's kind of like stringing a necklace together, right? Where one at a time. Today I did this, tomorrow I'm going to add this. And little by little, you're going from point A where you are to point B that your life is not that different from anybody else's life, right? So, and it's the fake it till you make it. Yes, I don't feel good, but I'm going to take a shower. Yes, I don't feel good, but I'm going to go outside. You're doing things in spite of it. Yes, I want reassurance right now, but I'm going to fake it like I don't need reassurance right now, and I'm just going to at least delay. Right? So, and it adds up. These little wins add up. But what you did day one, try to, of course, continue at day two, because if you just drop at day two, then you're in the same spot. So from now on, I'm going to make a point to get out of bed right away. From now on, I'm going to make a point to shower every morning. You know, things like that. I hope you find my videos helpful. Again, sorry for being passionate about this, but it really is important for your life. If you would like to book an emergency session with me, as always, I'll leave the links below. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now.
Let's talk about the purpose of on-purpose exposures. In traditional literature, when we talk about on-purpose exposures, we talk about exposing yourself to something you fear in order to eventually habituate to it. That is a losing battle, because what happens is then your brain is going to get a new thought within the same theme, and it can come up with billions of them. So what are you going to do? Do on-purpose exposures for everything? I mean, you're going to be doing this for the rest of your life. Keeping with the idea that OCD is chronic, of course. If you do brain surgery with an axe, it will turn out bad. There is no cure. It's not the brain, it's the axe, right? So same thing here. On-purpose exposures done with an intent to habituate is a losing, never-ending battle. why should you do, though, on-purpose exposures? What is a good idea? When is a good idea to do it? When you are avoiding. If you are avoiding things that are normal specifically for you, we're not talking about other people. Everybody's life is different. But if normally you would do certain things, you would say certain words, you would touch certain objects, you would talk about certain topics, you would go to certain places, but you are not doing them, that's avoidance behavior. To stop avoidance behavior, little by little, we need to do on-purpose exposures to get yourself into your personal normalcy, okay? So the one thing about this, though, is don't bite more than you can chew. You want to do this in small, doable steps. Your anxiety should not be skyrocketing, because if your anxiety skyrockets, what's going to happen is you're going to get overwhelmed and end up in rumination, compulsions, and you're going to get so scared that you're going to avoid this situation probably even more. So on-purpose exposures need to be done in doable, edible chunks. You understand? Don't take on too much. Don't be a hero. It will backfire. Okay? But little by little, see where you are avoiding and start to chip away at it. Every day, do a few little things. And then also at the same time, make sure you're not adding avoidances elsewhere, because our goal is to get rid of all of the avoidances. So that is the true purpose of on-purpose exposures. Exposing to everything under the sun, going to extreme exposures is unnecessary and harmful. If you're whoever, whatever their name title is, if they are doing on-purpose exposures that are extreme with you, get up and walk away. They don't know what they are doing, and they can cause you more harm than good. Don't be afraid to say no to a medical professional. Don't be afraid to voice your opinion. That's very important. It doesn't have to, if an exposure goes against your religion, goes against your morality, goes against what you feel in your heart is right, don't do the exposure. Only do, again, what I said, in little doable chunks to get yourself to your personal normalcy. I hope you find this video helpful. If you would like to book an emergency session for today, I will leave the link below. Subscribe if you haven't. I will see you tomorrow.
I'm Ali GREYMOND, the founder of the GREYMOND method. I am one of the original coaches to help people fully recover from OCD, and after years of experience and thousands of clients, my message to you is still the same. You can fully recover from OCD. On this channel, I show you how. But before we start, I just wanted to remind you that I do daily OCD recovery videos, and if you don't want to miss one, hit the subscribe button now. A number one question that clients, when they start working with me, always ask is, well, why are so many people online say you can't recover from OCD? And there's actually a very basic and very logical reason. Most people online are practicing very specific exposures. And as you know, OCD morphs. So the method of practicing very specific exposures, by its nature, will keep you stuck, because to replace the thing that you practiced exposure on and overcame, in quotes, your brain will bring you something else. And then you'll need to practice exposure on that. And then your brain will bring you something else. And over like this, going from thing A to thing B to thing C to thing D, until you get to the point where A is new again, and then it will just continue to circle around. Or it will go to a whole new theme. Your brain is filling a quota. So because of that, it doesn't matter if you are doing exposures on a specific thing, because your brain will always find something else, which will keep you chronic. So when they say OCD stays chronic, they are right. But that's not because your brain is incapable of fixing itself. It's because the method keeps you chronic. I don't know how else to say it. If you're doing an exposure on the doorknob, it does nothing for if OCD switches to, let's say, existential OCD or sensorimotor OCD, because you've only practiced on the exposure on a doorknob from, let's say, contamination OCD. You have no other skills because the only skills you were taught is how to touch that doorknob that you were afraid to touch. So of course you're always starting at square one. Of course your OCD is going to be chronic. Of course you can't recover like that. I mean, that's logical. Am I not being logical right now? That makes sense. Versus if you're using the GREYMOND method and you're continuously reducing regardless of what the content is. We're not looking at content of the day as important. We're looking at reduction each day as important. Then once you get to zero, there is no other maneuvers that your OCD can do because you're maintaining that zero until the point of where it becomes automatic and you no longer have to maintain it. It's a completely different system. So when you look online and people say, my OCD is chronic, because they're probably doing on purpose exposure.